Chapter 657. Sail latched on to Hephaestus' leg, her eyes glowing with a dangerous light. This battle was indeed an insult to her. She, the preeminent youth of Valiant Hall, was looked down upon to the point of fighting a mere vice-leader of a peak. This kind of humiliation wasn't small, and the sinister plot behind it was even worse. She needed to win. She had to win. Sail's gaze grew bloodshot, her fury finally reaching a peak. She roared, blossoming blue tattoos of blooming flowers growing along her fair skin. Her wrists grew out with delicate blue lily petals, and her hair lengthened, growing out into long, whipping vines. In what felt like an instant, the stage of the battle had been covered in these thick bluish-green vines, each blooming with large swaths of flowers. Sail's delicate exposed belly, her frail shoulders, even her lovely cheeks became covered in these tattoos. Yet, instead of ruining her appearance, it seemed to give her an exotic air. It was the kind of feeling one might have when gazing upon something alien. The feeling was only made more potent by the change in Sail's eyes. Her brown eyes became a bright blue, her irises morphing into the form of a six-petaled flower. Anyone who knew Sail knew that she was going all out. Sail's gaze glowed, her flower-petaled irises spinning one petal over. In that instant, a tattoo bloomed on Hephaestus' chest before he could put his leg away. Chuckling, Hephaestus finally pulled back, hopping through the network of vines and dodging their snapping whips as he touched the tattoo on his chest. Ho-ho! How curious! Hephaestus felt that his body was slightly sluggish, as though his force circulation had slowed. He suddenly ducked down, dodging a vine aimed for the back of his head. By the time he looked up, Sail was already before him again, her movements not affected by her obscenely long hair in the slightest. She threw out a punch, forcing Hephaestus to block with a knee. His chuckling grated on her ears. There was nothing she wanted more than to rip that smile off of his face. Oh, big-chested beauty. Your eyes seem a little strained after that. Sail didn't respond, her fists raining down. The petals that surrounded her wrists suddenly separated, forming a hovering crown of sharp blades around her knuckles. Hephaestus' pupils constricted. His back arched backward until his palms touched the ground. The muscles of his torso flexed and writhed, his feet kicking up towards Sail's chin. Rather than meeting delicate skin, though, he found a blockade of vines in his way. Unable to dodge, his booming kick was stopped in its track. The air vibrated wildly as they clashed. But this time, Hephaestus couldn't pull his leg free so easily. Vines wrapped around his ankle, lifting him up and into the air. At that moment, it was as though Sail was walking on air. The same petals that formed around her wrists formed around her ankles, anchoring her legs as they pierced into the ground. Using them to gather the momentum and foundation she needed, Sail's arms flexed, her back pulsing with strength as she sent a punch toward the dangling Hephaestus. How interesting. Hanging upside down, Hephaestus seemed as though he was still able to react perfectly. His palms flipped over, causing two daggers to appear. Each was 3/4 of a foot long, shimmering beneath the setting sun. Clang, clang, clang. The daggers and Sail's blade-like petals crossed, her fists' endless barrage being met and countered by Hephaestus instantly. At that moment, Sail's irises rotated by another petal, causing another flower tattoo to bloom on Hephaestus' body. In that small instant of time, Hephaestus' body slowed by another measure. He mistimed his block, Sail's fist shooting by his guard and ripping toward his chest. Hephaestus reacted as quickly as he could, flexing the muscle-dense tapestry that was his torso to swing himself to the side. But Sail's vines weren't stationary. Her gaze seemed to be able to counter everything, her sight seeing through Hephaestus' intentions with ease. In the instant Hephaestus wanted to swing, Sail's vines countered his weight, resulting in him staying in place. Poochie! The blue blades hovering around Sail's fist shot through Hephaestus' chest, piercing toward his heart. Her fury didn't seem to be satiated in the slightest. She wanted to watch her fists tear a hole through his body, to feel his blood running down her forearm. Valiant Heart Mountain meant too many things to Sale. She did everything she had to do, even lowering her head when she didn't want to, for the sake of watching it thrive and survive. There was little she cared more about than this. And of the few that existed, there was her master, a man she respected more than anyone else. Yet, not only was Hero Peak trying to force her dream to crumble, they were actually attacking her master in the process and dragging his name through the mud. She couldn't tolerate it. Sale roared, her fists driving forward. Her stance sunk downward, the petals around her ankles anchoring her into the ground as she pushed with all her might, the veins in her eyes practically bursting apart into a sea of red. At that moment, Festus coughed, his body racked with pain. "Oof, are you trying to kill me, big-chested beauty?" Sale's pupils constricted. She found her petal blades were stuck, not because Festus had caught her arm, but rather because she couldn't seem to slice through the bones of his rib cage. Taking advantage of Sale's shock, Festus spun, rapidly slicing apart the vines around his ankle and landing nimbly to avoid the vines that covered the ground. He looked down at his chest, watching the blood trickle down the blue tattoo that now covered it. He looked back up and grinned, licking his lips, but all Sale saw were the vertical slits his pupils became. Chapter 658. Your ability isn't bad, big-chested beauty. Did we strike a nerve? Sale's ability wasn't one that was publicly known. It was often difficult to tell what a person's ability was unless it was far too outside the norm. Something like the combination of techniques Sale had just used were most definitely too out there to not be an ability. Her eye technique, especially, made Festus quite serious despite the grin on his face. She had only landed 2 of those tattoos on him, but just those 2 was enough to cut his force circulation down by 20%. Whether it was his force control or output, it all took a hit. Beyond that, Festus' instincts also told him that landing these tattoos also allowed Sales to see through his force circulation as well, as though she had a connection to them. While her tattoos were hindering his force circulation, she could sense this flow and predict his next action based on this. It was truly a fearsome ability, indeed worthy of coming from a top disciple of Valiant Hall. In fact, if it wasn't for the lack of destructive ability, Festus would feel that this ability was even better than Raylion's. If Festus was honest, Sale's ability might even be at a higher evolutionary stage than Raylion's too. But there was a difference between Sale and Raylion. Festus grinned a toothy grin when Sale didn't respond. "I guess it's about time I get serious. It's a shame, big-chested beauty. You would think you would have realized by now that a fancier ability doesn't necessarily make you more powerful." At that moment, the change to Festus' eyes set, his eyes glowing with a radiant yellow as the sun continued to set. His muscles wiggled and writhed, seemingly intent on bursting out from Festus' tanned layer of skin. If Sale's ability made her a radiant diamond, Festus' ability was just a copper coin found by the roadside. Sale could use all these beautiful tattoos and flower petals. As for Festus, his ability was known simply from its title, Beast Mimicry. Author's note: stay away, Kiba. Festus could copy the physique of any beast he consumed the meat of into a humanoid figure. It allowed him their agility, their flexibility, their strength, and their instincts all in a human form. Of course, he could do this with beasts only powerful to a certain limit. Or, rather, the more powerful the beast, the more of its meat he would need. Even a lower-level beast would need tens of carcasses for him to devour. However, even though Festus could do so with any beast, he didn't. Rather, there was just one beast he liked to consume. One of the most powerful beasts of Valiant Heart Mountain, the black pattern jaguar. Festus' canines grew, his body crouching. Sale's pupils constricted. Bang! The ground beneath Festus' feet cracked, the wind pressure of his sudden movement blowing the vines that had been near his feet away. In a flash, he appeared before Sale. With quick reactions, Sale countered the punch of his dagger, aiming for his head. She didn't block in the slightest. She directly pitted her determination against Festus, as though she couldn't sense the blade striking toward her liver. However, Hephaestus was dauntless. Mid-flight, his shoulder dropped, and his neck curled to one side. Sail immediately realized that if the trajectory of her punch were to continue, she would mere take a small chunk of Hephaestus' shoulder. But if she didn't pull back, her torso would be stabbed through. Sail abandoned her thoughts of countering, retreating instantly. But it was then that her irises rotated by yet another petal. This was her true goal. As long as this tattoo landed, a 30% decline wasn't something even Hephaestus' ability could bridge the gap of. However, almost instantaneously, Hephaestus' strike came to a grinding halt at the same time. As though an agile jaguar, his muscles flexed all at once, his body hopping to one side. It was then that Sail's irises stopped rotating, but there was no third tattoo that appeared on Hephaestus. Eyesight was near instantaneous. But, as expected, the flower pattern had to travel through the air to land, making it avoidable. And, if Hephaestus was correct, Sail wouldn't be able to prepare another for another few minutes. He leapt forward, his daggers raining down in a combination of feints and sharp attacks. Sail landed a heavy foot backward, the blades hovering around her feet, cracking the ground. But at that moment, rather than helping her, they were a hindrance. When Sail went to lift her foot to take another step back and reposition herself for a counter, the split moment it took for her to pull out were all Hephaestus needed. He closed the distance between them, his daggers sweeping across and causing arcs of crimson to bloom. Sail narrowly dodged, her gaze flashing with anger when she realized that Hephaestus almost ripped her chest band in two. Was he still trying to humiliate her? In the next instant she winced, feeling a deep slice run through her torso. Sail! Jerson roared from the sidelines. Hephaestus' attack was relentless. The moment Sail suffered her first injury, it wasn't long before she suffered a second, then a third. As though a beast cornering their prey, Hephaestus' gaze bore down. He stalked forward, her momentum increasing and his canines glistening. His body became a lethal killing machine. His close combat ability was off the charts. His reaction time, his combination attacks, his counters, each was more furious than the last. With just his two arms, he seemed capable of battling all of Sail's vines alone with her own arms and feet simultaneously. A single one of his strikes could sever a vine and counter her blade in fused punches. A single swing of his blade could tear a cut into her delicate skin and push her further into the pits of despair. The reversal was near instantaneous, and it only occurred to a single mistake, a single lapse. But in a battle of experts, this was all it took. Sail was pushed nearer to the end of the arena, her hatred brimming forth so fiercely that unshed tears brimmed at her eyes. However, what did fall wasn't those tears, but rather the blood from her popped blood vessels as she tried again and again to use her ability, only for Hephaestus to dodge, as though he could predict her action before she took them. The members of Valiant Hall clenched their fists. Many shouted for Sail to just give up, but she didn't seem to hear any of them as the blood fell from her cheeks. Hephaestus cocked his hip back, his torso flexing as his leg whipped forward. It seemed to be the same strike he started the battle with, a devastating kick to the head capable of decapitating such a frail beauty. However, compared to then, after activating his ability in full, it was more than 3 times as lethal. Sail reacted quickly, putting up her arms to block. But this action was as good as giving up her arms for the rest of the battle. She already knew what would happen. It was then the words were spoken. "I think that's enough. Valiant Hall has lost." It was impossible to tell when exactly he appeared, but Lionel grabbed at Hephaestus' leg while sweeping Sail in his other arm. Bang! Both Lionel and Sail were sent flying, skidding across the arena and almost falling over another side. Lionel whistled, looking at his hand just as he managed to steady his feet from falling over the edge. He couldn't help but smile a bit bitterly. "Seems my wrist is fractured." He looked down at Sail, who seemed to have all but collapsed from exhaustion. Shaking his head, he walked down from the arena without looking back at Hephaestus. Withstanding the furious gazes of the Valiant Hall members, he handed Sail, who had fallen unconscious, to Jerson. "Let's go," Lionel said to Aina. Let them have their fun for now. Lionel looked over his shoulder one last time, his gaze locking onto Raelion. A small smile tugged at his lip before he left. An odd atmosphere hung over the arena. Chapter 659. Those in the arena found it difficult to wrap their heads around what had just happened. They had all thought that some knight in shining armor was planning on swooping in, yet after saving Sail, this mysterious person hadn't done anything else. No one was sure how this person appeared, or how they even managed to stop Hephaestus' furious kick without suffering severely for it. It was as though he had simply teleported to the location. Of course, there were some who made the connection between this mysterious person and the posters that had been recently taken down. By extension, they also realized that it was this young man who was meant to be considered their public enemy at the moment. But this only made things more confusing. On the surface, it made sense. Since Valiant Hall and this young man were in cahoots from the very beginning, didn't it make sense for him to save Sail? But on a deeper level, this was pure nonsense. Raelion had painted a much different picture. The narrative he had formed wasn't one of mutual interest, but rather one of a man with a powerful background preying on the corruption of Valiant Hall. If this latter story was the truth, would the arrogant young master described ever care to save anyone useless to him? In fact, shouldn't he be raging about since his name being swept through the mud? The odd shift in the atmosphere occurred without a single word being exchanged. But what was done. The moment Sail was unable to battle, Hero Peak had already won, and the changes they wanted to implement to Valiant Heart Mountain would soon rule all of their lives. Yet, in the moment he should have been basking in his victory, Raelion's expressionless gaze flickered. Only the well-learned, thoughtful, and intelligent would be able to reach the second layer of analysis needed to understand the underlying oddity of Lionel's actions. The vast majority of people were not this and still felt that Lionel had acted because he was allied with Valiant Hall. But the support of such people was meaningless to Raelion. Such fools who could be so easily swayed could just as easily be swayed in a new direction tomorrow. Even as the first to leave the arena, allowing them to walk through the empty streets of the city, Aina was still fuming. Though her enraged expression was hidden beneath her mask, Lionel still thought that it would be boundlessly adorable. There's no need to waste your emotions on them, Lionel said with a chuckle. Still, in thanks for his efforts, he received a glare in return. Aina wasn't wrong to feel this way. Lionel always saw blood when someone poked at Aina, yet now he was telling her to not feel enraged for the vice versa. He was definitely being a hypocrite. Still, Lionel continued to chuckle. He really didn't care about this very much. In fact, he was almost happy it happened. He found this to be much more interesting. He could even see a quicker path toward curing Aina now. How could he not be happy? Seeing that Aina was still upset, though, Lionel sighed. What I did at the end was really the most I could do under those circumstances. Proving my strength or displaying my force crafting ability wouldn't have been as impactful as you think. In the story he painted of me, the Raelion guy implicitly acknowledged my prowess. How can someone who is weak kill 3 Hero Peak members and destroy King of Or's faction? What infuriated the people most was my sense of superiority. So how would proving my superiority all the more help me? It would at most be short-term satisfaction that could easily be spun on its head, especially since I had no legal pathway to participate in these matters. Aina bit her lip beneath her mask, knowing that Lionel was correct. Had Lionel been a part of Valiant Hall, things might have been different. In the worst case, he could just battle Hephaestus personally, even though he had apparently underestimated the strength of this vice leader. None of these are reasons to be smiling. Aina finally said, "How can I not be smiling? They're about to give me exactly what I want the most." Lionel grinned. Aina looked up toward the side of Lionel's face in confusion. Think about it. Hero Peak has already effectively been the ruler of the peaks for a long time now. They control 20% of the resources just like Valiant Hall does, and no one can challenge their position due to their apparently undefeatable leader. With their strength, they have the power to sway the politics of Valiant Heart Mountain any way they please. And those elders have apparently already decided on Raelion being their next head, so they're allowing him to do whatever he wants. Knowing all of this, what else could Hero Peak possibly want? Where's there more power for them to grasp? What could they do to claim more strength for themselves? Aina's eyes narrowed. Weaken the other peaks. Exactly. They don't care to take over Valiant Hall's position. What would that do for them? They already control much of everything without the forced label of having to be neutral. In that case, their goal is to break the balance and weaken their opposition, and the best way to do that is to abolish the peak system entirely. Aina's pupils constricted. Just snatching away more resources for Hero Peak wouldn't work. Raelion would just end up fueling the discontent of the more common talents of Valiant Hall. In that case, he has to snatch those resources away using an above-board manner. In order to stop the laymen from realizing what's happening right under their noses, he'll abolish the peak system, opening up Valiant Heart Mountain. In the old system, Hero Peak would always be capped at 20% of the resources. But if there's no longer a Hero Peak, it becomes a free-for-all, and suddenly that hard cap becomes much larger. Aina calmed, her irises flickering. He wants a place where the law of the jungle truly rules. Exactly. You don't have enough resources? You must be too weak. Why would you blame others for your own failures? Lionel said in a steady tone. But why would I fear such an environment? At that moment, Lionel suddenly heard the sound of a sneer. You certainly talk a lot for a freshman without a peak. Chapter 660. Lionel didn't look very surprised when he looked up. There might be an ability out there that could catch his senses off guard. In fact, he had run into one during the freshman trials, but it was clear that this older woman before him didn't have one. Or maybe she just thought that her previous concealment was good enough. Magneral appeared before the couple silently. Her graying hair was done up in an untidy bun, her appearance being somewhat eccentric. She had thought that Lionel would be shocked by her appearance, but she was quite bitterly disappointed. Little Aina, is this where you've been? You didn't even leave a word behind. Lionel curiously observed Aina. It seemed that these two knew each other. Honestly, Lionel had thought that this was an elder Valiant Heart Mountain might have sent for the sake of trying to appease him. In reality, Lionel wasn't aware of who was in the know about the affairs surrounding him. He hardly knew much about the structure of Valiant Heart Mountain, let alone understanding which elders were considered the highest echelon and which weren't. But it seemed that he was wrong. This meant one of two things. Either Valiant Heart was no longer afraid of offending him, something that was highly unlikely, or the highest echelon weren't aware that he had been dragged into this matter at all. How likely was it that the highest-ranking members of Valiant Heart, existences deep within the fifth dimension, had time to care about prank posters posted about a freshman? They might not even understand who Raelion had been referring to. Elder Magneral, what brings you here? After a small hint of surprise, Aina politely responded just the same way one would expect someone younger to speak to a member of the older generation. How can I not come here and see who my disciple is frolicking about with? You know, the reputation of a young woman is very important. Aina's brow wrinkled. She had felt all right with leaving this woman because she had already learned everything there was to learn from her after engrossing herself in study for almost 2 months. Magneral kept insisting that Aina become her disciple, but Aina's perspective on such things was different from Lionel. Lionel might not care very much about such a title. He had grown up on Earth, so the importance he attached to the word master wasn't very high. In his mind, it wouldn't be much different from having another coach. However, to Aina, who was far deeper into her understanding of this world in comparison to Lionel, she knew the heaviness one placed on such a title. Aina would accept her as a teacher, but a master? Aina didn't think they were fated in such a way. Yet, this woman kept calling her a disciple and was now commenting on a relationship. Lionel wasn't quite sure how to step in, even though his brows were raised at an odd slant. He'll keep Elder Magneral's words in mind, Aina said lightly. Magneral shook her head, feeling Aina pulling further away. Seeing that this wasn't working, she turned her attention toward Lionel. Boy, how did you get involved in these matters? What matters? Lionel blinked. Do you take me for a fool? Even if I wasn't aware before, there's most definitely a grudge between you and Hero Peak. If not, you'd have a screw loose for interfering in that battle at the moment you did. Oh, that. Lionel shrugged. Is having a few grudges with Hero Peak a big deal? Of course it is a big deal. You don't need to pretend. I know you suffered no small defeat thanks to that one attack. If you can't even withstand a single strike from Hephaestus, what makes you think you could take on Raelion? Lionel really wasn't sure whether to laugh or cry at the antics of this old woman. He didn't even know what her purpose here was exactly. He found it difficult to get mad at an old lady who had to strain her head to look up at him just to meet his eyes. Rather than Lionel, it was actually Aina who didn't like Magnaral's words very much. Elder Magnaral, I think that's enough. The old lady frowned, clearly not liking the tone of Aina's voice. Don't you know that being embroiled in these things will only slow down your speed of improvement? If you have grudges with such powerful students so early on without having the strength to protect yourself, you'll be hampering your own growth. Are you willing to allow yourself to be dragged down? Aina's gaze sparked, but Lionel pulled her back. Thank you for your kind intentions, Elder Magnaral, Lionel said with a light smile. Bah, who's your elder? The biggest thank you that you could give me is leaving Aina alone. Lionel smiled and pulled Aina along to walk past Magnaral. He seemingly didn't take the words of this old lady to heart. However, Magnaral was stunned. She was an elder of Valiant Heart Mountain. Was she really being ignored like this? She was just about to snap with rage again when she suddenly heard Lionel chuckling about something. I really don't get it. Why do people think I'd be afraid of someone who didn't even dare to say my name? Magnaral stood frozen in place, her next shrill comment caught in her throat. As though Lionel's true ability was to see into the future, matters worked out exactly as he had predicted. The peak system was abolished, no longer requiring students to join specific peaks for the sake of using unique resources. Rather, everything now functioned via merit system. Due to the distrust many had for Valiant Hall, all previously earned merit points were deemed null with the sole exception of those gained via battle missions, which had easily verifiable conclusions. With Valiant Hall abolished, a new neutral party was needed to be constructed. But, rather than forming a separate existence, a council was constructed. This council, known as the Valiant Council, would be made of the most senior youths. It was hardly a surprise that the majority of this council was quickly filled with former Hero Peak members, among which was a certain king of Orsarieth who had seemingly vanished during the past month. It was while these vast and sweeping changes were occurring that Lionel brought Aina back to Kayla's home, only to find a far gloomier atmosphere than even he was expecting. Chapter 661. Second chapter, Otu. Lionel led Aina into the basement. The sudden movement caused everyone to look in his direction simultaneously, their gloominess on full display. Kayla smiled somewhat weakly when she saw Lionel. Realizing that he was holding a girl's small hand, she looked over and gave a polite nod to Aina as well. As for the fact she was wearing a mask, well, Kayla wore a lab coat everywhere, so who was she to judge? Lionel scanned their faces. He couldn't help but feel a twang of guilt seeing their downcast expressions. The truth was that Lionel wasn't very surprised to find them all here. It was clear and obvious that none of them cared to go to the arena after hearing the bells, because they somewhat already knew what would happen. However, what Lionel didn't expect was, "I'm sorry." After a deep breath, Kayla suddenly stood and bowed to everyone. She did so deeply that her forehead almost rebounded against her shins. It would have almost been comical had tears she had been holding back not spilled forth at that very moment. It was obvious to everyone that Kayla was only waiting for everyone to be present for her to give this apology. All her frustration and rage welled up in her eyes, flooding forth. It became obvious very quickly that she had only bowed so low in an attempt to hide the tears she could no longer hold back. It's all my fault. The moment I saw him, I should have known things wouldn't be so simple and should have pulled us all out. It's my fault, it's all my fault. She felt that she had failed as a leader. She had walked them all right into a trap and wasn't even any wiser. She knew that her former master wasn't such a nice person, and neither were his wives. Each was more evil than the last. To have trusted them was the worst mistake she could have ever made. Kayla's knees buckled, falling to the ground. But before she could lose balance, a strong arm had already propped her up. Lionel's arm had reached forward at the same time as Rum's, but his speed was much faster. It was easy for Lionel to tell that Rum wouldn't have made it in time. With a subtle wink, Lionel passed Kayla off to Rum. But the big man was just as depressed as everyone else and hardly noticed this at all. "It's not our fault at all, Kayla." Lisha immediately interjected, rushing up and helping Kayla to wipe her tears. "Would never blame you for something so sinister. It was clear that we were just unlucky to be targeted." Everyone supported Lisha's words. Even the quiet filly hummed in almost silent acceptance. Lionel sighed. If there was anyone to blame, it would be him. Kayla was a convenient target, not much unlike he was. Lionel had a feeling, though, that regardless of which faction he had chosen to enter, the result would have been the same. Now, not only had their name been dragged through the mud, but all the resources they had poured into their products were considered to have been wasted too. They had no oars left. Their merit points were now deemed useless. And even if by some miracle they managed to recover, who would buy from them? Realizing this, even with the comfort of everyone, Kayla couldn't hold back her stream of tears, her shoulders quaking. Years ago, she had left the safety of Valiant Hall because she believed her master wasn't looking out for her. Since then, despite having poor combat prowess as a crafter, she managed to join Brave Peak and claw her way back, gathering a group of friends and setting out to build her own faction. Unfortunately, things like this never went smoothly. Everywhere she went, it seemed that she would run into another roadblock. Whether it was the soaring price of ores, the monopoly on stores, the difficulty in completing a novel design with her lack of knowledge. It was like continuously climbing one mountain after another. Yet, when she finally reached the peak of the last, instead of finding shining sun and colorful rainbows, she found a steep drop into an endless abyss she could never climb back out from. All those years of torture and laborious work didn't break her, but this most definitely did. Aina clenched her fists watching Kayla's breakdown. She didn't know of her story, but she could still feel a shadow of something familiar when she looked at her. It almost felt like Aina was watching a possible ending for herself. The dimensional verse was a cruel world. Hard work didn't necessarily mean you would succeed. The successful like to think that they reached their level simply because they did and sacrificed more. But this was nothing but the rose-tinted glasses of the rich and privileged. Hard work guaranteed you nothing. Sacrifice guaranteed you nothing. For a long while, Lionel stood and said nothing. He crossed his arms across his chest, allowing the group to comfort each other. Watching them support their leader in her time of need made his heart warm, but one wouldn't be able to tell by the look on his face. Lionel emotionlessly watched it all from start to finish, as though engraving this moment into his mind. Every tear, every tremble, every sob, he imprinted it all. Eventually, Kayla managed to hiccup her way into a semblance of a steady breath. She felt quite embarrassed by her actions. Her plan was to apologize and then try to prepare a future path for everyone, likely without herself. But instead of succeeding in this, she had made a bumbling fool of herself. She looked toward Lionel with a hint of shame on her face, but all she saw was a sturdy pillar, standing there as though the world couldn't impact him in the slightest. Lionel suddenly smiled, but somehow it seemed detached, as though it was a reflex rather than a display of his genuine emotion. "Now that that's out of your system," Lionel said slowly, "do you want to watch Valiant Heart Mountain dance on the palm of your hands?" Chapter 662. Lionel's words seemed to come with an air of calm around them. Despite the fact he didn't explain any detailed plan, they somehow felt at ease. If others knew of this, they might find it to be quite baffling. Lionel's words effectively amounted to telling them to wait patiently and nothing else, yet they gobbled it up like naive children. But maybe this was just a product of how broken their spirits were. Any small light of hope they could get was enough to calm their hearts. It might have been, as the saying went, ignorance was bliss. Maybe by choosing to live in ignorance, they would stave off this pain for just a small bit longer. Do we really just have to wait? Kayla asked softly. Her eyes were still puffy from her tears, but she still gathered herself up for long enough to say these words. Unlike the others, she couldn't afford to just accept everything at face value. It was exactly this passiveness that she felt landed them in this situation to begin with. Lionel smiled reassuringly. We just need to wait for the honeymoon period to come to an end. It might take a week, it might take a month. But once we hit that tipping point, it'll be time to make our move. Kayla opened her mouth to respond, but she really didn't know what to say. At this point, she could only take Lionel's words at face value. Then what do we do in the meantime? We don't have any resources, and our merit points became useless before we even got a chance to use them. All I managed to buy were some rations to fill up our empty fridge, but I didn't really expect that to last more than a month. In this new system, even something as simple as good had to be scratched and clawed for. The so-called rations Kayla bought in the past were only a result of her own quirks. She didn't like spending money, so she often bought dry rations that most only bought for the sake of missions. Most of the time, the group would rather eat at the free lunches given by the freshman quarters or the peaks, but now there would be no such thing. Even the freshmen would begin to starve unless they had the capital to trade large amounts of herb oregon. Either that, or they'd have to go hunting on their own. Basically, all freshman perks had been stripped. The only benefit they had gained was that now they were allowed to travel outside the mountain range on their own without first passing any peak exams. But that was about as good as telling them that they had the right to go and die now. Thinking of freshmen, Lionel couldn't help but be keenly aware that Radlease was nowhere to be seen at the moment. However, he only spared it a fleeting thought. I sent him away since he was never really one of us to begin with. Kayla said softly as though she could read Lionel's mind. That's not a problem. He might be even more useful when he isn't here. As for food, don't worry about it. I also plan to take no small number of missions quite soon. But as for what you could do now, Lionel flipped his palm, secretly communicating with the segmented cube as he sent out one or vein after another. How about train? Lionel grinned. He might have used up much of Camelot's high-level ores, but Lionel had a city's worth of low-level ores he had yet to use, all of which he got from the Hive during his time with the Slayer Legion. For Lionel's current needs, these low-level ores were too weak to build anything that could be useful to improving his strength. However, his strength wasn't what would need help very soon. I'm going to impart some low-level force arts to you. With your current level of skill, you should be able to grasp them quickly, and it should help solidify your foundations. After that, we'll be able to start preparing. But Lish's twin sister, Madia, couldn't help but speak up in her soft voice. Though she didn't say the words, they hung at the tip of her tongue. Even without her bluntly stating it, everyone else was already aware. Though they were happy to learn new force arts, what good was it when no one would buy from them? Even if someone was willing to take the risk, who would dare to offend the members of Hero Peak? Though the Peak system had been dissolved, only the naive believed that they would all be one happy family now. Toward this question, though, Lionel only smiled mysteriously, not explaining further. 3 days later, Lionel left the small abode under the shadow of Brave Peak and headed toward the former location of Valiant Hall. He walked hand in hand with Aina, not caring in the slightest for what looks he might receive. He strolled through the front doors, walking into the hustle and bustle. Compared to when he first entered Valiant Hall, it felt even rowdier. The excitement of the new changes still hadn't quite settled just yet, so everyone was still hopping around with mad joy. A few recognized Lionel and gave him hostile glances, but it wasn't exaggerated enough for everyone to stop what they were doing to look toward him. Without a care, Lionel made his way to the front counter. There were many receptionists manning the long, curved desk, but one didn't need to go through them to accomplish their goals. One would only need a receptionist upon handing in a mission. But as for accepting them, it was a simple matter. Lionel reached forward to open a catalog of missions, only for a large hand to slam onto the cover before he got a chance to open it. Lionel gazed at the hand for a while before his eyes traveled up to the face of its owner. On the end of it, he found a young man with a patchy beard he could probably do with shaving clean. Despite being a head shorter than Lionel, he had the haughtiness of someone twice his height. "Is something the matter?" Lionel asked calmly. "Obviously. You're not welcome here, Scram." The words immediately drew far more attention than Lionel's silent appearance had. "Oh," Lionel raised an eyebrow. "And why's that?" "Did you not hear me? Scram." The sneer of the young man only deepened. "Interesting." Before the young man could react, Lionel tapped his identification ring onto his. A small light spread out between the two of them, immediately forming an illusory dueling stage. The only oddity was that this dueling stage was split in half by a receptionist's desk. The words hovered in the air about the two, making their names clearly visible to all who were around. Lionel reached a hand forward and caught the front outline of Halgo's hair. Bang! Halgo found his nose smashing into the catalog, a dizziness he had never experienced before making his sight blurry. Chapter 663. Bang! The first hit left Halgo in a complete daze, but the second made his vision go black. The last thing he felt was a rush of heat to his nose before he collapsed to the ground. As for everyone else, all they saw was a flash of light denoting the start of the duel, only for it to quickly end in a fountain of blood spraying out from Halgo's nose. Yet, not only did the blood not touch Lionel, it didn't even touch the catalog either. By some mysterious force, it shot back, splattering all over the falling Halgo's face. Lionel blinked, looking toward Aina. "Is that another cool vampire ability?" Aina pouted slightly beneath her mask. "I'm not a vampire. Are you sure about that?" Lionel grinned. Aina turned away and ignored him. "How could you be a vampire? Wasn't she walking around in the sun just fine?" Garlic was probably her favorite flavor to add to food. Plus, she never really craved blood, unless you counted that one instance. Lionel was just teasing her. As though the couple couldn't sense all the eyes around them, they bantered as Lionel flipped through the selection of missions. "A shame." A while later, Lionel shook his head. "Seems we can only take missions allowed for black belts." In that case, Lionel took 10 missions. Truthfully, he wanted to take more despite the penalty and time constraints placed on these missions, but he decided to hold back a bit. Plus, there might just be more to do than just these missions once he stepped out. "Let's take these 10. They have relatively good rewards. Once we accumulate enough, ITLL be easier to promote to white belt and open up more avenues for us. Don't you think it would be easier if we prioritized being promoted first?" Aina wasn't exactly wrong. Nibbling at these easy missions was a good way to waste time. There were a lot of things about the changes to the rules that benefited them. For example, the duel Lionel just initiated. This duel had always been a part of Alian Heart Mountain's culture, but now it was even more important and prominent. In the past, it was only used to clear up grudges and essentially sanction battles that occurred within Valiant City. That way, one wouldn't be accused of breaking the rules like Lionel had been on his first day here. But now, thanks to the rule changes, it had essentially become a court system, not much unlike the Valiant Hall meeting that was called just 3 days ago, except on a smaller scale. Now, it wasn't just for settling grudges, but could be used to battle for resources, decide contracts, and many other similar things. In fact, the only rule policing these duels was that those of higher belts couldn't challenge their younger classmen. However, while this was a benefit, there were still many other hindrances. Black belts, while receiving these protections, were also restricted in many ways. There were certain kinds of resources that black belts couldn't touch, certain establishments within the city they couldn't enter, and, as seen here, certain missions they couldn't choose. In Aina's opinion, it would make more sense to raise their status first, even if things might get a little bit prickly for a moment. Lionel smiled. "No rush. All right, you keep being mysterious. I can be mysterious too." Aina said these words without much oddity in her tone, but she seemed to be hinting at something that made Lionel freeze. "Wait, What is that supposed to mean? Aina gazed up at Lionel as they began to walk toward the exit together. I don't know. What does it mean? She replied. At that moment, the little mink hopped out from the segmented cube, nuzzling up against Aina. Letting go of Lionel's hand, Aina began to play with the little guy. Yes, yes. We don't need him, right? He can go act mysterious by himself. Aina smiled sweetly beneath her mask, stroking little Black Star's glossy fur. The little mink nodded in agreement. Yip, yip. Lionel opened his mouth to say something, but he already felt as though he had been checkmated. All right. You win. Lionel laughed. Being a black belt is restrictive, but it's also freeing too. There are quite a few loopholes in their new laws as well. The fact that higher-ranked belts can't challenge lower-ranked ones is just the first. For example, black belts might not be able to own or mines or stores or even form factions of their own. But they likewise don't have to report what they gain on missions or pay taxes on their resources. You're planning on causing trouble again, aren't you? Aina shook her head. Me? Trouble? Never. You said 3 days ago that we couldn't solve things with violence. Yet what was the first thing you did when you ran into a roadblock today? Lionel coughed. Extenuating circumstances. Aina giggled, ignoring Lionel's shamelessness. Just as the couple were chatting and laughing, they had made their way to the exit of the former Valiant Hall. They didn't seem to notice that most of the attention was still focused on them at all. They might as well have been in their own world. It was then, though, that a small group of 5 happened to be walking in their direction. Completely focused on Aina, Lionel's senses only noted that these people were there, but he didn't really care to identify them. That was until he noticed that they had come to a stop before them. All of their auras locked onto him simultaneously. Lionel finally looked up only to find a face that he recognized immediately. In fact, he recognized multiple. There was the jagged-toothed Cormus, the giant sword-wielding Ardarin, and even Nigmir, who seemed to have recovered quite well from a spear in the chest. As for the last 2, though, Lionel didn't recognize them at all. One was a young lady with fiery red hair that seemed to be accented with highlights of blackness. But it was the second that caught Lionel's attention the most. His eyes were dangerous. It didn't take Lionel much to understand who this person was. It was none other than the king of Ors, Sereth. Lionel's smiling expression gave way to a coldness, a heavy air forcing the surroundings into silence. Chapter 664. Sereth had a tall stature, being just 2 or 3 inches short of Lionel. From his exposed torso, he didn't seem to be very muscular. In fact, compared to the others Lionel constantly ran into, he could be considered to be average at best in terms of physique. Other than being somewhat lean, he didn't have any other standout qualities. However, it wasn't his physical stature that made those around him feel uncomfortable. It was most definitely the look in his eyes. Meeting his gaze felt like locking onto a venomous snake. He seemed capable of peering through everything, his intuition and sharpness reaching a level that most couldn't hope to ever even touch. Sereth was very used to people looking away when they saw his gaze for the first time. Even if they recovered later, that first instance would leave a mark on their soul. However, to his surprise, Lionel didn't seem to be one of these individuals. In fact, he locked on Sereth as though he was a beast who had finally found his prey. The flood that was Lionel's aura made it feel as though the gravity in the surroundings had grown by a factor of 10. Hardly anyone dared to breathe too heavily, scared to gain the ire of this beast. I received word that there's been a disturbance here. Sereth suddenly spoke, far more quickly than anyone expected him to. Others would have assumed that this standoff would last much longer, but Sereth was far too cunning for this. Seeing that he had lost to Lionel in momentum, he immediately shifted tactics. Care to elaborate? Disturbance? I didn't see any, Lionel said plainly. Sereth didn't seem surprised by this response. He continued to speak unhurriedly. Are you aware that lying to a member of the Valiant Council is considered to be an act of rebellion? I'm well aware of all your little rules, Lionel replied. Unfortunately, though disturbance isn't clearly defined within your bylaws. So, I can only interpret your question to the best of my ability. If, though, what you meant was to ask if a battle had occurred, then the answer is yes. But this was a sanctioned battle recognized by Valiant Heart. Serieth's gaze narrowed. Oh, in that case, it seems that I've made this trip for nothing. Indeed, Lionel nodded, moving to walk by Serieth. But you also seem to have a habit of doing exactly that, no? Serieth didn't react much to these words, but Nigmar's forehead vein bulged. It seemed like he wanted to attack any moment now. How could he not tell that Lionel was referring to the matters of that day? In fact, it felt as though he was publicly mocking them. Back then, not only did Serieth come too late to do much of anything, for the sake of the bigger picture, he also had to swallow his pride and wait patiently for all the matters to be concluded. It was precisely because of Serieth that their plot went so smoothly, and it was also because of this his path toward the Blue Belt was so easy, and why he had a place reserved for himself on the Valiant Council despite being the youngest member. Now, they could only watch as Lionel's back receded further and further away. King, we should have taught that brat a lesson. We could have easily come up with any number of fake charges if we wanted to. Unable to hold back his anger, after Lionel had left, Nigmir couldn't help but growl this out in a low tone. But what he received in return was a smack to the back of the head. This smack wasn't from Serieth, but rather the red-headed beauty beside him, Anlin. Don't say such stupid things again, Aelin warned. Nigmir bit his teeth. Why? If it wasn't because he knew that this woman was Serieth's closest confidant, he would have most definitely lashed out by now. Use your head. Why is it that that brat was effectively accused of killing 10 students, a crime punishable by death, yet is still able to walk and strut about? Nigmir froze. Now you want to use your head? Do you really think that Raelion didn't say his name because he disdained to? That was just a convenient excuse. The real reason he didn't say that kid's name is because it's obvious that the elders are hiding a secret about him that they haven't told any of us. Not saying his name is akin to leaving us a way out should anything go wrong in the future. As long as matters stay like this and everything remains above board, things can be dismissed as matters between kids. But the moment you start bending rules to suit your needs, it becomes bigger than that. Rules are agreed upon by the upper echelon. If they're ignored, it can be argued that it's by tacit agreement of the elders. In that case, this matter will blow up. He can be suppressed, he can be bullied, and even somewhat humiliated, but don't take things too far until we learn of what his background really is. Nigmir clenched his jaw so tightly that his gums almost bled. Are you trying to tell me that we should just let him strut about as he pleases because he comes from a powerful family? Are you a child? Anlin snapped. That's exactly what I'm saying. The world isn't fair. You better put that murderous intent of yours away. It's not like you can defeat him anyway. The only reason Raelion pitted himself against this Lionel so firmly was to force the elders to choose. He sees himself as the future of Valiant Heart Mountain and can't allow the elders to be swayed by the potential of outside support. None of that means that he's willing to become enemies with such a family. If you want to seek death, do it yourself. This arena we're playing in right now is a duel between those two. Read some history books if you want to find out what happens to those who stick their noses into the battle between two lions. Serieth didn't say a word from start to finish. But his gaze told a completely different tale outside his expressionless visage. Two lions, huh? Aren't their corpses devoured by the hyena in the end regardless? Chapter 665. You aren't going to do any work? Anus in a glance back toward Lionel, standing over a beast corpse. As opposed to Earth, which was mostly water, the world Valiant Heart Mountain resided on was mostly land. This not only made water an extremely valuable resource, but it also made controlling ownership of land just as difficult. One would think that the reason Valiant Heart Mountain was set up at its current location was because of the 7 peaks acting as a great protective barrier. But the truth was that this was only a secondary condition. The main reason that location was chosen was due to the floating islands. Namely, the waterfall phenomenon on said floating islands. With the Valiant Heart world being over 90% land, and with the remaining 10% of water being mostly salt, it was no surprise that such freshwater sources were incredibly valuable. This was all to say that many of the missions Valiant Heart handed out in exchange for merit points were population control missions. Of course, not population control for people, but rather beasts. One would think that with such a low supply of water, the population of beasts would also suffer, and this line of thinking wouldn't be wrong. However, before one could reach that saturation level, Valiant Heart Mountain would likely be overrun. As one might expect, then, all of the missions Lionel chose were targeted toward these matters. And, since they were freshman missions, all the beasts were also quite weak and easy to deal with. In fact, Lionel felt that the beasts that had stored the regular tag from the freshman exam were actually more powerful than their current targets, let alone the golden tag beasts. The result was Lionel watching Aina do all the work while he supposedly laid back. It was no wonder she was complaining. Lionel grinned from atop a tree. "I can't enjoy watching my girlfriend fight. Your battle tactics are too mesmerizing." Aina blushed beneath her mask, but unfortunately for Lionel, he couldn't see it. Instead, all he received was a scathing reply. "You have that sort of fetish?" Aina blinked innocently, but there was very clearly a judgy light in her eyes. Lionel looked from Aina toward the massive axe in her hand, and then back. Thinking about how she manhandled the beast previously, he coughed. How had he gotten himself painted into such a corner? James once told him about a sex position called reverse missionary, where the female did all the pumping. Lionel remembered thinking that it was absolutely ridiculous. What kind of man allowed such a thing? But now he was being painted out to be that man. He really couldn't afford to get into a war of words with this girlfriend of his. How was he always on the losing end? Lionel coughed. A fetish for petite beauties? Of course. Aina burst into a fit of laughter, hiding her own kinks while teasing Lionel for his. Would she be a good girlfriend if she didn't do at least that? Truthfully, I'm trying to model your fighting style. Lionel hopped down from the tree. With swift movements, he cut the right paw of the massive bear off and placed it into his spatial ring. As for the rest of it, he gazed at Aina. "Do you think it would make good meat?" Aina took a quick look before shaking her head no. With that, the two quickly left the area, needing 7 more right paws to finish their quota. "What do you mean by modeling?" Aina followed after Lionel. With his senses, it was basically like a compass that always led them to the next target quickly and safely. She had no reason not to trust him. "I'm working on new ability. If it works out, it will allow me to quickly complete a prediction model for an opponent after a few exchanges in battle. But coming up with the perfect parameters is a bit difficult." Not many would understand what Lionel was saying, but considering Aina had been in Class A alongside Lionel, she of course understood. "Sounds like the weather problem," Aina commented offhandedly. Predicting the weather had been the bane of all meteorologists on Earth for centuries. One would think that after the turn of the 25th century, it would be easier. But ironically, no. In fact, the Ascension Empire had an easier time forcing certain weather patterns through their terraforming technology as opposed to guessing it with 100% accuracy. The so-called weather problem Aina mentioned was actually one the pair learned about in one of their many philosophy classes. Ironically, it had very little to do with the field of meteorology. In the schooling system of the Ascension Empire, that you thought was far less important than how you thought. The weather problem essentially emphasized the importance of taking hold of the future in your own hands and not being passive. Who cared if you couldn't predict the weather if you could cause the weather? The instant Aina said those words, Lionel's feet came to a grinding halt. His actions were so abrupt that Aina, who had been running diagonally to him, crashed into the side of his shoulder and spun like a top. But before she could fall, Lionel caught her waist and rose her into the air as though she was a baby rather than a full-grown woman. "You're a genius." Lionel happily laughed, bringing Aina down into a strong hug. I can't breathe." Sorry. Lionel grinned wildly. He would have planted a kiss on this girl had she not been wearing her mask. That was right. Creating a perfect predictive model was a tall task, It would probably require as perfect an understanding as he had for the spear for every weapon in existence, not to mention a myriad of other factors. Even if Lionel slowly built a model mid-battle, how many exchanges would it take? Would it even be worth it? Would he be defeated before the model even finished? Or would he defeat his opponent long before, thus making his efforts useless? But this could work. Just as Lionel was about to answer to Aina's questioning gaze, his head snapped in a certain direction. A powerful howl reached their ears, followed by the screams of humans. Chapter 666. Lionel and Aina locked gazes for a moment before simultaneously jetting off in the same direction. Aina couldn't help but look toward Lionel with a hint of surprise. "When do you get so fast?" Lionel turned toward Aina and winked. Leaping off the ground, he shot into the trees like a swallow, the faint image of an illusory pair of wings appearing to his back. Aina shook her head. "Show off." Aina's body was instantly wrapped in a thick crimson fog. Her thighs bulged to a one-size increase, causing her body to catapult forward. The couple almost instantly made it to the source of the sound. But they weren't foolish. Rather than instantly jumping into the fray, they both hid in the trees, watching what was happening below with furrowed brows. The beast could only be described as grotesque. It stalked forward on 4 legs, its jagged teeth dripping saliva that stunk of rotting flesh. It was 2.5 meters in length, not including its tail, which seemed to have had a chunk bitten out of it. Its body was covered in patchy, mustard yellow fur with a sprinkle of black spots. Somehow, though it was clearly a 4-legged creature, its upper half was far bulkier, manifesting itself in a large hunchback that bulged with muscles that could make one's scalp tingle. The creature's claws were about the only clean thing about it. They were so polished and sharp that dirt, grime, and blood couldn't seem to get any hold on them. They almost seemed completely out of place. Though the creature's looks weren't great, and it was even missing an eye, its strength was undeniable. As though its bones were formed of heavy steel, its every step made the ground quake. The rippling of its muscles bulged with energy, carrying a strength that could snap even these ancient trees, tempered in a 5th-dimensional world, right in half. Lionel could immediately tell that this creature had the strength of someone at Tier 6, at the very least, and that was only if he considered its lack of intelligence. Objectively, it had the strength equivalent to someone at Tier 7. If it wasn't for the situation, Lionel would suck in a cold breath. What kind of monster was this? And what the hell was it doing here? What made it even more baffling was that the screams from below were from black belts just like them. In fact, Lionel recognized 2 among them, Irelana and the massive Inkith, along with Radlease, Baltorn, and of course, his lovely Aina. These 2 were supposed to be the cream of the crop of this freshman batch. And, as expected, they didn't disappoint, joining a peak not even a few days after entering Valiant Heart. Due to this, Lionel hadn't seen them since that fateful day. The last time he interacted with them, they tried to draw a line between him and them, so as not to offend their seniors. But Lionel didn't mind this very much. After all, they didn't owe him anything. He didn't expect everyone to be as stupid as he was. Now, though, he was in a bit of a dilemma. A fight against a beast with Tier 7 strength most definitely wouldn't be easy. Just as Lionel was fighting against his own morality, he found Aina looking at him with a blazing gaze. Within it, he saw excitement and anticipation, as well as a slight pleading. Lionel knew Aina well. She wasn't begging to save these people. In this regard, she was far more cold-blooded than he was. Rather, she wanted a battle. Lionel grinned. "All right, let's do it." "Yep, yep. Sit tight, little black star." "Yep, yep. Yes, yes. I know you want to fight too, but I want to test something." Aina shot out of the tree that instant, leaving deep footprints in its bark. She fell like a speeding bullet, her palm flipping over to reveal an axe shimmering of gold and red as she landed heavily on the ground between the group and the creature. Lionel stood, his expression turning a jarring cold as a bow appeared in his hands. His breathing grew steady, his heartbeat slowing to a crawl. Every blade of grass seemed to be reflected in his mind. The speed of the wind, the humidity, the shade of the trees, and the rays of the sunlight. All of it was perfectly formulated. The group of freshmen below were stunned. At first, they were happy beyond measure. But when they noticed the black belt around Aina's waist, they fell into despair once again. "Run," one of them yelled. It might have been nice had these words been targeted for Aina, but they very clearly weren't. The words had hardly left his lips before he turned tail. The only thing he wanted was for Aina to last just a few more seconds than the last person did before getting ripped apart. Maybe then he would be able to escape. Lionel's senses locked onto this person, but soon he wasn't the only one running. A group of what was at least 7 only had 3 left in the blink of an eye. Lionel couldn't be bothered to care anymore. This was the world of the dimensional verse. Over time, he was getting more and more used to it. Aina faced the creature as it ripped into the corpse of a freshman, one of its paws anchoring the carcass down as it used its sharp teeth to rip into the poor kid's chest. Sensing Aina, it looked up, its one eye turning hostile instantly. Lionel stood within the tree, his breathing relaxed as Aina brandished her axe. "Dream model." Lionel's gaze flashed, his dream force churning as the 3 stars of his ethereal glabella began to rotate faster and faster. Lionel knocked 3 arrows, releasing them all at once as Aina charged. One whizzed a centimeter from her earlobe. The second deflected slightly off the neckwear that hung from her shoulders. The last shot just beneath her elbow as she raised her axe. If anyone was looking on from afar, it would seem as though Lionel was trying his best to kill Aina, and she just so happened to subtly move enough to dodge all his attempts. Chapter 667. As much as Aina trusted Lionel, the feeling of whipping wind slicing so close to her body couldn't help but make her freeze for a moment. It wasn't like Lionel had never supported her from the rear like this before. In fact, this was their favorite battle style whenever they fought together. The main issue was that usually Lionel's arrows would be half a foot from her at the closest. He had never towed the line like this before. Luckily, Lionel had already accounted for the chance of Aina freezing. His arrows tore past her, 2 curving toward the snout of the prowling creature, and the last shooting for its last remaining eye. Distracted by the arrows, the creature couldn't take advantage of Aina's lapse, immediately finding itself targeted in some of its most sensitive regions. Pung, pung, pung. The creature reacted quickly, swiping its paw and knocking down all 3 arrows at once. "Trust me." Lionel's voice drifted to Aina's ears. Aina had already begun to move, her axe descending from the skies with a valiant strength. Lionel's gaze flickered, several simulations layering in his mind at once. After his training, Lionel was able to split his mind into 27 ways. Originally, Lionel had been planning to rely on this to complete Dream Model. By now, Lionel was able to simulate matters of the 3rd dimension with a probability infinitely close to 100%. Even when it came to matters of the 4th dimension, he had a better than 90% accuracy. The issue came in that 90% was not good enough in battle. It worked fine when Lionel had time to complete thousands upon thousands of simulations for the sake of his crafts. But in battle, if he tried to do such a thing, he would be asking for death. At best, in battle, he would be able to use his 27 minds to complete 27 simulations in a split second. This was nowhere near enough with such a low accuracy rate. As if this wasn't bad enough, the accuracy of Lionel's simulations in a controlled environment versus one with endless variables varied wildly. It was one thing to simulate the creation of a craft in a laboratory with no outside influences, but how could it be just as easy to map out the simulation of a living, breathing being? When Lionel ran into this roadblock, he was enlightened during his time of intimacy with Aina. Rather than try and have the perfect parameters already formed pre-battle, why not build them in the midst of battle? This would give him far more flexibility, and it would also take far less stamina. However, it was then that Lionel was met with yet another stone wall. Lionel became like a machine, his arrows raining down in an endless avalanche. Every time, they would narrowly slide past Aina, almost making it seem as though she was spontaneously dodging every time. Lionel's gaze grew fiercer and fiercer, his fire rate increasing. Pung, 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 pung. Having long since tapped in the Four Seasons realm, Lionel's endless barrage filled the surroundings with a biting cold. It felt as though a relentless hail was falling. The combination of both he and Aina made the creature constantly backtrack, its steely body becoming peppered with terrible wounds. This is it. Aina had brought enlightenment to Lionel. In battle, why should he be the one to wait for the opponent to react? Wouldn't that constantly put him in a passive state? The weather was so difficult to predict because even the smallest changes in variables could lead to large sweeping changes. However, who cared if you could control it as you pleased? In battle, Lionel wasn't the only one that needed a counter. His opponent needed to counter as well. Just like he was trying to see through his enemy's movements, so was his enemy trying to see through his own. In that case, rather than wasting time trying to guess every possible reaction his opponent might have, why not force him to the point only a few reactions were even possible? If an enemy felt a strike coming for their head, they might be able to dodge and counter quickly. But if that same strike was coming for their knee, would it be just as easy? Most would have to block in that situation, thus delaying their counter. The only exceptions would be someone with a special ability that allowed them to circumvent this. But in that case, Lionel would only have to tweak the model. Model complete. Within Lionel's dream world, a lifelike construction of the creature appeared. It was as though he had sculpted a living, breathing beast. However, there was a difference between this construct and the real one. This dream model had pulsing red points dotted across its body almost like a location tracker. In the real world, Lionel's aura reached its peak. He grasped at air, pulling out 2 arrows from nothing. He held one between his pinky and ring finger, knocking the other one and releasing it in swift motions. Without pausing, he knocked the second, flipping it between his fingers as though it was a pen rather than a lethal weapon. The 2 arrows flew in a completely straight line, headed directly for the back of Aina's head. One would think that Lionel surely had murderous intentions. But in that instant, Aina's weight suddenly shifted. Aina's hips dropped. Swinging her axe to his side, she gathered up momentum, feeling the arrows was by her. Within Lionel's dream world, 27 creatures faced 27 Ainas and 54 arrows. In that moment, the images all overlapped, all pointing toward a single future. Caught off guard by the sudden attack from a blind spot, the creature could react before its only good remaining eye was pierced through. Before it could even cry in agony, the second arrow arrived right behind it, tearing the butt of the first arrow in 2. The creature felt the 2 arrows spreading its eye and brain matter apart. A horrified howl finally released along with the rotting stench of its breath. But there was no recourse as Aina's axe swung down. As though by coincidence, the large blade fell over the creature's wounded eye, splitting its head into a third and a 2/3 piece. Chapter 668. Lionel jumped down from the tree, landing heavily on the ground beside Aina. Not bad, he said with a grin. What he received in response, though, was an elbow to the side. Were you trying to get me killed? Lionel smiled sheepishly. Of course not. How could I bear to hurt you? Yip, yip. Little Blackstar landed on Lionel's head, knocking him a few times on the head. It seemed this little guy would never take his side again. Lionel really didn't know who his true partner was. Was her chest really so comfortable? The moment he had this thought, Lionel grew absent-minded before he nodded. Maybe it wasn't so shocking after all. All right, fair enough. You win. At least give me an inch next time. Aina rolled her eyes, feeling that Lionel was thinking of something lewd. Lionel laughed. Nope. I understand my precious girlfriend's combat style the best. You're the only one I can do this with. How can I not take advantage? Aina was speechless. She was precious? So precious that you didn't mind almost killing her? Aina shook her head. If it was anyone else, she might refuse to the end. But since it was Lionel, well, she knew that he would never harm her. Maybe to Lionel, the barely half-centimeter of breathing room he gave her was already him being overly cautious. If he really didn't care about her life, he might leave her small cuts with his every arrow to be the most efficient. Though Aina only had this thought fleetingly, she had no idea how true it really was. To Lionel, that half a centimeter had no difference from a meter or more. Fine, get to dissecting then. Aina spoke. Huh? Lionel blinked. This beast has some useful pieces. Lionel's expression changed. Sniffing the air and confirming that the rotting smell was indeed coming from this vile creature, his face warped. Are you sure? You're not just saying that to spite me, right? Aina didn't even respond to Lionel. Rather, she looked back toward the three who still couldn't believe what they had seen. Though her expression instantly turned cold when she saw them, she still felt that they were better than the four of their teammates who ran. Inkith and Irelana, along with a third Lionel didn't recognize, were still in shock about what they had just seen. Were these two really freshmen? The third individual might have been wearing a black belt, but they had already been in Valiant Heart for more than 2 years. But they had never seen such a thing before. 2 freshmen defeating a Tier 7 beast. Was this a joke? Thank you. Inkith was the first to step forward and display his gratitude. In truth, he was a bit embarrassed. Most of his team had run away, while he himself hadn't dared to help. Though he was sure that he would have only gotten in the way had he tried, it still didn't feel too good. He had come to this place with such high aspirations and thought he wouldn't ever have to fear anything as long as he had his 2 fists. Everything was supposed to be smooth sailing. Yet, the moment he got here, he met roadblock after roadblock. First, he failed to join Hero Peak, that honor going to the girl before him now. Then he barely passed the exam for Honor Peak, leading to a whole host of injuries he couldn't afford to cure. This eventually led to him falling behind and not getting a chance to take advantage of any resources. By the time he had slowly healed, the rules of the organization were flipped on their head. Now, even as a freshman, he had to leave and complete endless missions before he could even think of training in exchange for merit points. Now, he was seeing Lionel, the very man who he had looked down on before, casually dissect a beast he couldn't dream of beating. From his kneeling position, Lionel waved an arm toward their thank you. No problem, don't worry about it. We're fellow freshmen anyway. Inkith looked back toward his teammates, not knowing what to say to this. As for Aina, she remained completely silent. Do you need the whole thing? Lionel suddenly asked. Not the whole thing, just its kidneys. Aina replied. All right, Lionel learned his lesson from last time. This time, he wore his crafting gloves so as not to get dirty. If others knew he was using such a treasure in this fashion, it would likely start riots. But since they had no other use for him now that he crafted barehanded, he didn't really care much. Oh, this skeleton is pretty good. Lionel's brows raised. He had guessed that the creature definitely had a heavy frame, but he didn't really expect its whole skeleton to actually be made of metal. The best part was that it was Tier 7 to Tier 8 in sturdiness despite not having any other special abilities. Lionel smiled, making sure not to breathe as he stripped the whole beast bare of flesh. He realized during this battle that his arrows were far too fragile. He could definitely use the skeleton to form some powerful arrowheads. At that moment, the third of the group, the very one of the freshmen Lionel didn't recognize, suddenly covered his mouth in shock. Lionel's head snapped around, but he frowned when he realized there weren't any other enemies around. Now that he thought about it, how could anyone possibly sense an enemy before he did? He raised an eyebrow, his gaze landing on the young man. Is something wrong? That. The young man felt his knees going weak. That's a silver-clawed Titan hyena. Lionel blinked. And? If it was poisonous, Aina would have already warned him long before this young man said anything. The lip of the freshman quivered, realizing that no one understood how important this matter was. It was only then he realized that these people had hardly been here for 2 months. Chapter 669. We need to run. Now, the Titan hyena is the favored mount of the Oryx tribe. You don't understand how rare it is for this species to have a complete skeleton of metal. Originally, I didn't think much of it. Titan hyenas with incomplete skeletons are still rare, but it wouldn't be impossible to run into. But one with a complete skeleton is a completely different story. The full metal skeleton genes are all recessive alleles. If even one is missing, the Titan hyena will have an incomplete skeleton. There's no way the Oryx tribe would mistakenly let such a purebred Titan hyena loose without reason. The freshman was so agitated that he spoke out everything in a single breath. Lionel frowned. This Oryx tribe? It wasn't the first time he had heard of them. During Raylion's speech, many of the worst sins toward the end involved the mention of this tribe. But that was about all Lionel knew. He wasn't aware of anything else about them. A recessive allele wasn't complicated, at least not on Earth. There were only two types Lionel was aware of: the dominant allele and the recessive allele. When a baby is conceived, it will receive one allele from each parent for every gene expression it might need in the future. A dominant allele only needed one of itself present to manifest. A recessive allele, however, would need both from both parents. This essentially meant that for the Titan hyena to have a full skeleton, both of its parents would have to also share this trait. Well, that was as long as genes were expressed in the same way across worlds, something that Lionel wasn't exactly sure of. For all he knew, the process was more complicated than this for Titan hyenas. Technically, if things worked like they did on Earth, two parents who each had one dominant allele and one recessive allele could still come together to produce a child with two recessive alleles. But, from the words of the freshman, it seemed that the Titan hyena needed multiple sets of recessive alleles for multiple gene expressions rather than just one. In that case, the luck that would be involved for the spontaneous creation of a perfect Titan hyena would be astronomical. It was no wonder this freshman was panicking. In all likelihood, a member of the Oryx tribe was definitely nearby. Or, at the very least, they were scouting in preparation for a mission and just never expected that there would be anyone in this region who was capable of taking down such a beast. Thinking it through, the likelihood of it being the latter was incredibly high. This was a region where freshmen were deployed for population control missions. Logically, there shouldn't be danger on this level here. Lionel's gaze sharpened. What an interesting opportunity. Seems Lady Luck is on my side. Lionel looked toward Aina, their gazes seeming to have come to a tacit understanding. It seemed that things were getting interesting. Lionel stood from his kneeling position by the Titan hyena's corpse, taking out a spear with a long blade. It was a weapon those of Valiant Heart Mountain would drool over, yet he seemed to always use it to dissect corpses now. With swift movements of his wrist, Lionel sliced all the flesh off. If it wasn't for the sparse droplets of blood that still remained on the corpse, one would have never guessed that the skeleton had ever been attached to any flesh at all. Have you run into other teams in this region? Lionel asked, putting the skeleton away. Yes, there should be quite a few. Irelana replied. Ever since freshmen began to need merit points to train, this has been one of the most popular regions. Lionel nodded. He had been focused on Aina and finding their next target, so Lionel had functionally ignored everything else. We're going to need to start getting everyone to retreat. Is there some sort of signal you all learned? Lionel was aware that until just recently, only freshmen who had joined Peaks were allowed to leave the mountain. Logically, there would probably be some life-saving measures Valiant Hall taught to decrease the casualty rate. We have flares, but they only call for help, Irelana explained. Hearing this, Lionel shook his head. He only needed to remember the reaction of those four who ran away to know how that would go. Even if he lit the flare under the guise that they needed help just to attract everyone over, who knew how many would come? Plus, wouldn't the signal flare also alert the Oryx tribe? The Oryx and their Titan hyenas only see in infrared and the warmer colors of visual light. They basically only see in reds, and everything else blends into it. The color of the flare was chosen to easily blend into their vision and fuse with everything else. Even if we shoot it, unless the Oryx are specifically looking for it, they won't notice. Lionel paused. Considering this was likely a plot by the Oryx, it was still possible that they'd be looking out for such a flare. But this was better than nothing. Let's do it. Light up the first flare. Wait, wait. I can't run any further. Deep within the thick forest, a group of 4 gasped for breath. You would think that as fourth-dimensional entities, they would be able to run for much longer. But no matter what strength level you were at, going all out was going all out. Plus, this was a fifth-dimensional world. The fact they could even stand in this place without falling to their knees was a testament to their talent. It's not chasing us, is it? I think we got far enough away. The others? The 3 looked toward the one who had spoke these words before looking toward each other. A hint of guilt in their eyes. Eventually, a young man amongst them steeled his resolve. Staying would have only gotten us killed. We didn't have the strength to be of any help. What good would it have done to throw our lives away? The 3 felt somewhat better hearing this. Right. Wasn't it better that some of them survived? Would there even be a point to sacrificing themselves? What a joke. HM, did you guys hear that? Hear what? A slight tremor shook the ground. The 4 froze, looking in a certain direction. The trees seemed to bend out of the way, the foliage snapping and flattening under the presence of this humanoid. At first, all they saw was a simple shadow. The ground trembled once again, but this time it made their knees quake. The vibrations traveled through their feet, reverberating throughout their chests. What the 4 saw next was a sight they would never forget in their lives. Though for how long said lives would last for beyond this period. Maybe that was something they knew well wouldn't be long. The figure could barely be considered to be humanoid. Its frame was incredibly wide, and its legs were inverted at the knees and covered in coarse black fur. The digitigrade legs of the figure ended in bestial feet with curling sharp claws that dug deeply into the ground. The torso of the humanoid was bare, but it bulged of muscles that seemed constructed from steel cords. Its individual muscle fibers were so clear from every minute movement that it looked as though it was flexing as hard as it could constantly. But the reality was very far from this. Even with the height of the humanoid being almost 3 meters, the eyes of the 4 weren't drawn to its fur-covered legs or its steely torso. Rather, they couldn't take their eyes off of its face. 2 tusks, so long they nearly pierced into its chest, hung from its mouth. Its horns were thick and rounded, almost like a sheep's, but it radiated with a light that made it look like polished steel. The humanoid had 3 eyes, 2 placed normally and a third running a vertical slit between its brows. Each was a furious shade of red that made it look as though they had been dyed in blood. Crisscrossing scars danced across the humanoid's body, its vision expressionless as it locked gazes with the 4 before it. Oryx tribe, the 4 stuttered, but the humanoid walked by them as though it had seen and sensed nothing. If they hadn't been so racked with fear, they would have noticed that within the eyes of the Oryx, there was an absent-minded, one-track thought that had taken over its mind. The 4 stood frozen. The stench coming from the Oryx was so palpable that it made their eyes water. Yet, they didn't dare to move from start to finish, even as the Oryx disappeared into the distance. The 4 held their breaths, even long after the Oryx had disappeared, not daring to move a single inch. Minutes later, their heartbeats began to return to normal. Had they really survived? They looked toward each other with excitement and happiness before their expressions immediately became one of horror. Shine. Not a single one of them got the chance to speak another word. Their bodies were sliced and diced apart, their remains being minced into such fine paste that they appeared like a crimson fog. Their last thoughts were filled with grievances. Not a single one of them seemed to understand how it is they had died. Not a single one of them had noticed the massive crimson halberd on the Oryx's back move. Chapter 670. Hold on. Lionel stopped Irelana just as she was about to release the flare. Hand the flare to me. Irelana was confused, but nodded in the end. Lionel rolled the flare in his palm, scanning it from top to bottom. Let's move, Lionel said, gazing at the Titan hyena's corpse. The group quickly complied as Lionel continued to observe the flare. If the oryx could only see in red, that would be fine. But, according to Irelana and the others, they could also see infrared. This was a problem for two reasons. For one, they'd be on a time crunch. Things would be fine as long as the sun was still in the sky. But, once it's set, the oryx would gain a decisive advantage. During the day, the oryx's red sight would interfere with tracking somewhat. But, at night, an oryx might be able to pick out a human through hundreds of meters worth of foliage just based off their body heat. The second issue was tied to this issue of heat. The signal flares Lionel was aware of were essentially controlled bursts of combustion. Even if it was masked with color, it might be an issue. Oh, so it's not the same. It worked with a light prism, or, in that case, Lionel's fingers began to move at a blistering pace, leaving blurs in their wake. In the blink of an eye, he deconstructed the signal flare and put it back together. Little Black Star. Yip, yip. The little mink hopped down from Lionel's head and snatched the newly made signal flare. He vanished into thin air before suddenly appearing 100 meters up a thick tree. Quickly reaching the outer edges of the canopy, the little mink hid his body within the foliage and raised the signal flare up, his little paws swiping at the triggering mechanism. A muffled pop rang out, but the dull nature of the sound was nothing compared to the tall light that suddenly pierced into the sky. It looked as though a laser had shot into the skies, only to be swallowed by the clouds above. The most shocking part, though, was the fact it didn't disappear. It hung there like a beacon, even long after the little mink hopped back down. A blue flare? Irelana was shocked. She found it hard to still call that pillar of light a flare. At most, it should have lasted 2 or 3 seconds. In addition, the color shot should have been red to blend in with the shades of red the oryx saw in. What was going on? I don't know enough about the oryx to guess what shades they see in. Don't you think it's much easier then to just copy the sky's color? In that case, no matter what shade they see in, it will blend in no matter what. Lionel explained offhandedly, but he had already brought out the Titan hyena skeleton. Little Tolly sprung into action, rapidly helping Lionel form arrow tip after arrow tip. Lionel didn't seem to have any idea that his simple explanation had fried the minds of the freshmen who followed him. They looked up into the skies, only now realizing that after taking their eyes off of the beacon for a moment, it took them a moment to find it again, and that was despite knowing that it was there. For anyone who knew how light prism-type ores worked, even a subtle tweak could result in a completely different color. It was easy to hone in on a large group like red or blue, but to nail down a specific shade required accuracy on the order of a fraction of a degree. How Lionel had accomplished this without measuring tools or even a proper working environment was completely beyond them. Is it really all right to make it so difficult to find? Inkith couldn't help but ask. At the moment, the three felt like lost sheep. They absent-mindedly followed Lionel without even knowing why. Maybe it was because all of his actions seemed so confident, but they couldn't really explain why themselves. Due to this, they had missed an obvious flaw. If it was so subtle even for them, was this really conducive to gathering more people? How many would actually recognize the signal for help? Not only had Lionel changed the usual color, he had changed its usual function and even made it difficult to spot. Lionel shook his head. Things will be even better this way. Even if only a few come, that's even better. Soon, we'll be setting out to find them, so even if they don't, it won't be a big deal. The pupils of the three constricted. Could it be that Lionel only casually did this so that they wouldn't be too idle while he completed his craft? Hold on, he was crafting? Watching the liquid metal run through Lionel's hand with such deftness left them in a state of shock. Aina shook her head, watching Lionel, a light smile on her face. It's more than that, she supplemented, clearly realizing that Lionel was focused on forming these arrows as quickly as possible. The fact that the flare isn't normal will help us. The first thing people will think when they see it isn't that someone is asking for help. If they thought that, very few, if any, would come, and some might even run in the opposite direction. The three blushed furiously when they heard this, still embarrassed about the actions of their teammates. But If it's like this, it will make people curious instead. They might even think that there's a hidden treasure here and that they were the only ones sharp enough to spot it. That will make many more come than what you might expect. Aina had hardly finished her words when the shuffling of grass and the soft words of a few groups reached their ears. It had hardly been 10 minutes, and the first few had already come. Chapter 671. The first group was stunned to find that there was already a group standing in the small clearing. They immediately put their guards up, thinking that they would have to fight for the treasure before they could even lay eyes on it. However, that was when a second and a third group appeared. The tense atmosphere only grew worse. Lionel looked up. When a few saw his face, they were quite shocked. While it was a toss-up whether or not a senior would recognize Lionel's face, freshmen, especially those who had yet to join a peak before the rule changes, were a completely different story. After all, because of Lionel, many of them hadn't gotten a good night's rest for weeks. If they didn't know him, they'd be way too ignorant. The freshmen's gazes flickered with some hints of confusion and hesitancy. Unlike the seniors of Valiant Heart, they hadn't been here for long enough to understand a lot of the rage around Lionel. They simply followed the flow in most cases. Those of them that looked down on Lionel were just going along with the crowd. But while it was easy to do this when amongst their own friends and their private groups, when faced with the man himself, especially when his fingers were working on the corpse of a massive Titan hyena, they suddenly couldn't find the words to say. "Moose," Lionel spoke. "Explain the situation to them. You understand it all far better than I do." Yes. Moose, the third freshman amongst Irelana and Inkith, began to explain things from the very beginning. As he began, Lionel put up a small silencing barrier that only allowed sound in, but not out, and handed the dictionary to Aina. As his fingers worked, he began to pepper the dictionary with questions about the Oryx tribe. He realized that knowledge was power a long time ago. The fact he knew nothing about the Oryx could come back to bite him very soon. Lionel wasn't arrogant enough to believe that he could take on whoever the Oryx tribe had sent. Whoever they dared to send so deep into Valiant Hall Mountains territory was definitely extraordinarily skilled. Beyond that, who said that there was just one? Lionel had a feel that this matter was far larger than he knew. So it's like this. Lionel's eyes narrowed, his fingers never stopping. By now, he had already formed over 100 arrowheads. He split one mind toward thinking of what force arts were best suited toward it, focused another on the discussion between Moose and the others. Another was trained on his surroundings, and the last focused on the words of the dictionary. The more he learned about the Oryx, the more he was intrigued. It seemed that he had finally met a non-human humanoid race. Lionel quickly summarized what he had learned. The Oryx were the original race on this world. It wasn't until later that Valiant Heart was established. This was quite rare for this quadrant. No, for this entire galaxy. The Milky Way was a galaxy of humans. The population of other races and species was quite low unless one counted beasts. But even then, the beasts one could find here were decidedly less mystical than one could find in other galaxies. The Oryx were known for their superior strength, their 3 eyes, and especially the metal skeleton. The uniqueness of this world in being 90% land allowed the birth of certain special ores that triggered the evolution of the Oryx down this path. When coming to this point, Lionel couldn't help but wonder if the Morales family evolved in this way as well. He couldn't help but draw comparisons, even though the Oryx were still definitely inferior in this regard. What intrigued Lionel even more than this, though, were the eyes of the Oryx. According to the dictionary, that was one line of their evolution that was rapidly progressing with each generation. Apparently, there was a special term for this. The dictionary knew it as hyper-evolution. Hyper-evolution appeared rarely in the history of species. It allowed the process of evolution that usually took billions to trillions of years to complete to have massive leaps every generation. Hyper-evolution usually targeted a single trait and allowed it to progress quickly. But obviously, it wasn't helping the Oryx see a wider range of colors, so what was it building up to? Lionel shook his head. Even the dictionary couldn't predict the future, and neither could he. so there was no use in wasting time speculating. If a species entered a state of hyperevolution, they would either rise to the top in one shot or fall to the waste of history. As a non-human species, the oryx most definitely had a tall mountain to climb, especially since most hyperevolutions ended in failure. Is this why they're suddenly making such large movements? Lionel's gaze narrowed, dispelling the soundproof barrier around him. All of you should know about how dangerous the oryx tribe is. We've suffered at their hands too many times despite their populations being a mere fraction of our own. A fraction? Lionel frowned. During hyperevolution, fertility is also increased for a period of time. But even the dictionary can't tell me how long they've been in hyperevolution for. It's too loose a concept. Are you trying to tell us to trust you all? Let's say the oryx tribe is making such a big move so deep in our territory. Who are we supposed to follow exactly? Him? The young man who spoke was called Senior Lou despite also being a black belt freshman. Maybe he was emboldened by the respect his juniors gave him, but he pointed toward Lionel, whose hands were still moving like striking lightning. At that moment, the group had already grown to almost 30 and more were still arriving. Having finished going through the entire skeleton, Lionel whipped out his quill and began to write at a blazing pace. But his actions left Senior Lou feeling stifled. Lionel continued to work, his eyes locked onto this Senior Lou. Regaining his composure after realizing that Lionel didn't dare to do anything to him here without fear of losing the support of the crowd, Senior Lou continued to speak. I'm not one to cast judgment, but I'm sure many of you were there that day when Senior Raylion gave his speech. If we follow this man, won't we just end up like cannon fodder to fuel his escape? Remember, he is the one who called us here. He needs our help. Why should we risk ourselves for the benefit of his safety? I've seen this play out way too many times. If he wants our trust despite his terrible reputation, he needs to prove himself. He should be taking up the most dangerous tasks and heading the vanguard, or else won't he just be using us? Chapter 672. When Muz, Irelana, and Inkith heard these words, they couldn't help but panic. Even if they hadn't seen Lionel's strength today, they had still heard about what happened between him and Jerson. To take out a Valiant Hall white belt in just 2 exchanges. There wasn't a single person here who could replicate that feat. No, that wasn't true. There was one other, but she just so happened to be his girlfriend. They could only say that this Senior Lou was far too bold. Was he really not afraid of death? What Senior Lou had misunderstood was Lionel's reason for calling them all here and bringing them together. In his mind, Lionel was afraid of the oryx and thus needed their help. Even if Lionel was enraged into leaving this group, who cared? The group had already been brought together. Would one more or one less Lionel make a massive difference? They could then look after each other's backs. This was the way of the world. Even if 2 people needed each other, the person who asked for help first would always be on the losing end while the other would have all the leverage. As long as he understood Lionel's weakness, Senior Lou felt that manipulating this situation and finding opportunities to protect his own life would be easier. Sure, he'll take the vanguard. Lionel's response stunned even Senior Lou, let alone Irelana, Inkith, and Muz. In the strongest, isn't being the vanguard obvious? Lionel's brow rose. Though his expression was quite neutral aside from the change in his eyebrow, it still made others feel like he was looking at Lou as though he was an idiot. However, Lionel's words made the freshmen feel as though their whole worlds were being flipped upside down. The strongest taking the vanguard? It sounded so obvious, but why was it that they had all simply expected Lionel to refute this? When had they ever come across a senior who didn't try to take advantage of their position? When had they ever run across someone stronger than them who didn't also treat them lesser than? The strongest taking the vanguard. That was a concept they had simply never heard before. A general who leads men from the back isn't a general. Lionel said offhandedly, his right hand flicking about quicker as he completed the last of his force arts. The freshman stared at Lionel in a state of speechlessness. A hushed silence fell over the group. Ana smiled as she looked at Lionel's side profile. He's so bad. With a final flicker, Lionel placed the final batch of arrows into his spatial ring. Taking out his bow, he strapped it to his back and smiled toward the crowd. Our goal is simple. It's only to return to the mountain pass. If there really are a troop of oryx here, it's unlikely that they'll dare to travel so closely. The freshmen looked toward each other. By now, the crowd had grown to over 50. Yet, not a single one of them wasn't paying attention. Even Senior Lou felt as though there was a frog in his throat. Between here and the mountain pass, there's about a 50-kilometer distance. Usually we could cross this in just an hour or two, but I have a feeling that things won't be so easy this time around. The presence of the oryx will most definitely cause a change in the habits of the beasts around here. If not yet, then very soon. Previously, the oryx were trying to keep a low profile, but it likely already knows that its Titan hyena companion has died and will deduce that it can no longer keep itself hidden. If the oryx is only here for reconnaissance, then this is good news. In that case, we should make it back without any obstacle, and I'm being overly cautious. However, if their goal is to probe Valiant Heart's bottom line, then things won't end peacefully. We need to be ready to battle. Aina stepped forward and flipped her palm. Soon, long and narrow boxes began to appear, each housing what looked like 3 small spheres which were barely a quarter the size of a palm. These should be able to save your life at a crucial moment. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to give everyone more than 3, but a single one should be able to take out a tier 4 beast and below. The eyes of the freshmen lit up when they heard this, while Lionel's internal smile only grew wider. Raylion had made many mistakes that day, each of which Lionel planned on picking on and tearing apart one by one. But one of his biggest of them was in just how vague he had been when listing Lionel's crimes. Even when he mentioned Lionel's faulty crafts, he never explained what those crafts were, what they looked like, or what they did. Not many would instantly connect the treasures Lionel had handed out to the matters Raylion spoke of that day, precisely because he had been so vague. Lionel wondered how Raylion would react when the very crafts he deemed to be faulty works were suddenly in hot demand. The best part was that this stock didn't even have to be replenished by Lionel anytime soon. He had had this in his spatial ring for a long time already, and by having Aina hand them out, a person who was still wearing Hero Peak's emblem, they were even less likely to make the connection. Yep. Little Black Star suddenly appeared to Lionel's side again, having disappeared at some unknown time. Done, Lionel whispered. Yep. Lionel nodded. To everyone else, it looked as though he was only rewarding Little Black Star with a pat on the head. By this point, Aina had finished handing everything out. All right, everyone, it's time to set out. Lionel took a deep breath, his demeanor shifting. At that moment, several howls suddenly reverberated across the forest. Whatever excitement the freshmen had had at that point was doused all the way through. Silence fell again, the trees swaying beneath a hollow wind. Lionel's expression grew serious. Chapter 673. An arrow whizzed by, arching between 2 thick tree branches and splitting the skull of a prowling jaguar. The beast didn't even get a chance to roar out in pain before it collapsed, falling from its high perch and landing with a heavy thud on the forest floor. Lionel rubbed his fingers, a tingling sensation making him very much aware that the arrow had been shot by him. Ever since his body entered the 4th dimension, he hadn't needed to worry about slicing his fingers on his own bowstring again. But that didn't stop the thin, almost metallic string from digging into him. There'd a lot more than I thought there'd be. The freshmen separated out into teams to Lionel's back. If they tried to move forward in a swarm through this forest, they'd be asking to suffer. Instead, Lionel and Aina took the vanguard as promised. As for the others, they split into the team they had originally come with, forming up groups of 5 to 7 as they slowly followed. By now, the group had run into several beasts, more than enough for them to realize that something was wrong. The populations shouldn't have been this dense. Only Lionel seemed to be aware of what was happening, as he had already warned them that this would occur. The oryx gave off a very strong odor. To humans, this was no different from any other foul smell, and many would choose to just hold their nose as opposed to analyzing what was wrong. But the truth was different from this. The foul smell that came off the oryx was an evolutionary quirk to scare off competition. Back when the oryx were a much weaker race, they relied on this to carve out their territory and keep themselves protected. However, over time, this smell became more potent. It was even to the point that the most talented of the oryx tended to have the most foul smells, which helped them to gain the favor of mates. As a result, the effect of the oryx's smell grew even more exaggerated. It was even capable of sending beasts into a frenzy from fear. The influx of beasts now wasn't because the oryx could control beasts, but rather because these beasts were running away from the oryx. Even with Lionel's senses leading the vanguard of the group, allowing them to dodge the most populated regions, they still ran into so many. Lionel had taken down the most beasts, but the other groups were fighting as well. Unfortunately, things weren't so convenient for all the beasts to come down toward them from just a single area. Still, Lionel's constant support had long since won the favor of many of the freshmen. Even after over half an hour, though they were still over 45 kilometers from their destination, not a single person had died yet. As the group moved along slowly and cautiously, they ran into other groups. Assimilating these groups wasn't as difficult as it had been to convince the first. This was simply human nature. It was far easier for others to accept something when many others already had. Aina walked silently by Lionel's side, brandishing her axe with both hands. In a thick forest, such a weapon should have been cumbersome, yet Aina didn't seem to have any problems with it at all. Aside from the two of them, Moose, Ironala, and Inkith followed closely behind. Since most of their team had been wiped out, it was difficult for them to split out alone with just the three of them. As such, Lionel allowed them to join up with them. The three remained on high alert, not wanting to be burdens. But it felt like every time they sensed something, Lionel would have long since acted. Even a more stealthy of beasts couldn't avoid Lionel's detection. They had a feeling that Lionel found these beasts long before. It was just that he only acted when the best opportunity presented itself. The atmosphere is too tense, Lionel thought to himself, but he wasn't sure how to alleviate it. The group walked forward in silence, the slight rustling of leaves being about the only thing one could hear. The sun was still high in the sky, though obstructed by the thick canopies. One would think that it was the dead of night considering the atmosphere. Maybe that was a part of the issue, though. With their pace, it would be impossible to make it to the mountain pass before night fell. And even if they tried to speed up, they would only be asking to get killed. Little Blackstar already finished throwing the Oryx tribe members off our trail, if there is more than one. But I'm not sure how long that will last, so there's no point in telling them this to get them to relax. Maybe this tense state is the best for them. They would be more likely to be alert. Lionel had sent Little Blackstar back to spread the blood and guts of the Titan hyena in a different direction, hoping to fool the Oryx. With their love of scents, it was no surprise that they were also quite sensitive to them. So Lionel felt it would work. After a quick dip in the cleansing waters, Blackstar didn't even have any lingering smells on him. But Lionel couldn't help but wonder if it really was enough. At that moment, Lionel's pupils constricted. Holding a hand up, he brought the group to a stop. Everyone strained their ears, trying to sense what Lionel had. Some of them with better senses grasped onto the faint sounds of battle. In fact, it sounded as though there was a large group fighting. The group slowly moved forward as Lionel stretched his senses to their limits. He had to decide if they should attack or change course, but what he saw made him frown. Reflected in his internal sight, he saw the outline of a familiar silhouette. It was none other than the bust of Baltorn. At that moment, her fleshly underboob was still just as prominent, even as she fought amidst a group of more than a dozen at that very moment. Aside from her right-hand lady, Henorin, she was unsurprisingly still surrounded by a flock of men. Some of these men were cowering, but others among them were still boldly trying to gain Baltorn's favor by battling valiantly. However, there were two matters that made Lionel pause. The first was an eyebrow raiser, but the second was something that made his own pupils constrict. The former was the fact that amongst the dozen, there was a man whose white belt was very prominent. It was clear that this senior had come here for the sake of either protecting or impressing Baltorn, likely even both. The latter, though, almost made Lionel sigh with helplessness. The creature they were battling was yet another Titan hyena, and since Lionel knew what to look for this time, he didn't need to cut it open to know it also had a full skeleton. That confirmed it for Lionel. The likelihood that there was more than one oryx in this forest just skyrocketed. Chapter 674. Lionel brought the group to a stop again, his senses continuing to be focused on the battle ahead. They were no more than 200 meters or so between them, but through the thick forest, it was impossible to spot them with the naked eye from the distance. It was no surprise, then, that the group of about a dozen had yet to notice their appearance as well. Lionel steadied his breathing, slowly pulling out a silver-tipped arrow. Compared to the arrows he had been using, this one was easily twice as thick and several times heavier. Its tip was split into 4 serrated edges, a look alone that made one want to have nothing to do with such a vicious killing instrument. If one looked closely, it was possible to see a faint energy coating the arrow tip, but one who wasn't especially sensitive wouldn't notice it at all. With a calm inhalation, Lionel knocked his bowstring and pulled it back. He stood on the forest floor, aiming toward what looked like nothing but endless trees, his eyes filled with a cold, calculating light. Beads of sweat fell down Baltorn's delicate brow. After hours of battle, her long black hair had long since been soaked through, clinging to her forehead and even parts of her collarbone. Around her, what looked like silver spheres hung around. Every so often, she would make a gesture with her slender hands, causing these spheres to shoot forward and smash into the limbs of the Titan hyena. It was hard to tell if this was a telekinetic ability or something more complex. But at this moment, the men and singular woman that surrounded her were most definitely not thinking about this. To this point, they had already lost several members of their team. If it wasn't for the combination attacks of Baltorn and the White Belt Senior, Jalise, far more would have fallen. This sounded like a glass-half-full type of approach, which was good. After all, it was always better to remain optimistic in this kind of situation. But it took a turn for the worse when one realized that their group of just over a dozen had been double this size not long ago. Jalise held the Titan hyena down with the help of others, his spear rotating quickly with his every attack. But even with how haughty he was, he had to admit that had it not been for Baltorn's odd ability, he would have fallen several times already. Jalise and 3 others struck forward at the same time, their blades all aiming for the snout of the Titan hyena. Their blades almost reached their target at the same time, but Jalise's eyes flashed at the last instant. In a hardly perceptible action, he slowed by a measure. The Titan hyena roared, swiping a strong paw across and snapping 3 weapons at once. Its foul breath hung in the air as it lunged, plunging both sets of claws into the shoulders of another. The Titan hyena ripped downward, tearing the freshman into 6 strips. Jalise was the first to retreat, his spear tip having been spared. At that moment, Baltorn reacted, sending several silver balls smashing into the torso of the Titan hyena. With it having jumped into the air, it didn't even have the chance to dodge. The Titan hyena was launched back, deep dents appearing in its side. Any other creature would have been entirely crippled. But Baltorn and the others had been through this once before. The flesh of the Titan hyena might have deformed, causing terrible bruises, but its bones were just fine. The Titan hyena latched onto a thick tree to stabilize itself, its eyes filled with fury as it locked on a Baltorn for the 3rd time in this battle already. Bang! The Titan hyena launched itself forward, causing the tree it had just been on to partially snap and begin swaying from side to side. Form up, Jalise roared. He took a protective stance before Baltorn. Or rather, it seemed like he had. Before Jalise would take any sort of protective measures, the Titan hyena had soared over its head. It seemed that Jalise had miscalculated the flight trajectory of the beast. Beltorn's eyes widened, watching the massive mustard-yellow-furred beast falling down toward her. Biting her teeth, she mobilized what remained of her floating silver spheres. In order to launch her previous attack, she had flung the previous 5 outside of her 10-meter range of control. Usually, Jalise would find a way to throw them back to her, but he had already been retreating before he could this time. Now, she only had one left, the one she had left behind for emergencies. But just this singular sphere wouldn't be able to toss the beast away like those 5 before had. She needed time to accelerate her spheres to reach that level of power. But this foul beast was already falling toward her. Even if she by some miracle managed to kill this Titan hyena, this wouldn't change. There was no way her body could survive the collapse of a beast so heavy onto it. Henorin stood beside Beltorn, seemingly not knowing what to do either. "Damn it! Protect her!" Jalise roared. At that moment, Henorin's eyes narrowed. Beltorn roared, her final sphere shooting up. Her face was drained of all color, clearly having been overtaken by fear. If anything, her final roar was less about her confidence and much more about gathering up the courage she needed to do anything at all. The silver sphere shot upward, but it was off target. Beltorn had aimed for the beast's chest. In such a situation, aiming for the largest target was best, and it would hopefully give her better leverage to throw the beast off course. But in her agitation, she missed, aiming too high and causing the sphere to smash against the bared fangs of the Titan hyena. A splutter of bone and broken teeth flew, sending the sphere spinning off in another direction. The Titan hyena roared in pain, but as expected, its downward trajectory didn't change. In fact, it was now even more infuriated. It was exactly then that a sharp whistling sound filled their ears. It was as though someone was blowing the flute right next to them all, intent on making them all go deaf. Shoo! Chapter 675. A blinding silver light tore through the forest. It curved in an elegant arc, snaking past the thick trunk of several ancient trees as though a god had personally come down and drawn a line through the forest. It appeared amidst the fighting group in an instant. The number who even noticed its appearance were too few. But by the end, everyone saw the result. Pum! Pshoo! It was as though some mysterious force had ripped the Titan out of the air. The arrow was far too fast to spot. To an outside observer, it really did seem like an invisible force had torn it away from its original flight path. Bang! The Titan hyena smashed against a tree in the distance, its body hanging limply as though a stuffed animal. It hung pinned to the thick tree, its eyes steadily growing vacant amidst its whimpers. At that moment, there wasn't a single person who wasn't shocked by the sudden change. Beltorn, who thought her life was forfeit, brought a hand to her chest, her heart beating so erratically that it sent ripples throughout her ample breasts. Jalise was maybe the most stunned outside of Beltorn. That Titan hyena was a bit weaker than the one Lionel and Aina battled previously, capping out at tier 6 in strength. But it still wasn't something they were able to casually face. Not long after his surprise faded, it was filled with rage. What fool did this? Does he not know the consequences of killing a silver-clawed Titan hyena? Jalise clenched his fists. Fuck! The smell. I need to leave this place quickly. Jalise hesitated, gritting his teeth. Though he couldn't defeat the Titan hyena, he hadn't been looking to in the first place. From the very beginning, he was looking for a covert way to slip away without exposing himself. He was a slime man. Even if there was a small chance things would come back to bite him, he wouldn't take the risk. If not for fear that these brats would survive, he would have run away more blatantly. It turned out that he was right to be cautious. Had he run away, this bastard would have still interfered in the end. By then, his name would have been dragged through the mud. Still, calmly analyzing the situation, Jalise realized that whoever this bowman was, he was an expert marksman. That strike only carried the strength of a tier 5 existence going all out. In fact, it might have been just tier 4, while infinitely close to tier 5. But this person's marksmanship, not to mention the quality of their arrows, made up for this weakness. The instant the arrow shot through the Titan hyena's eye, Jaylee's sensed that its brain had been turned into minced meat. Jaylee's had a sensory ability as well. It was just that his family's lineage factor also gave him a strong body, so he wielded the spear to make use of it. But he was much more fond of using his ability. There's more than one of them? Jaylee's took a deep breath, turning toward a certain direction. At that moment, Lionel and Aina, followed by Ireluna, Muz, and Inkith entered the small clearing. Seeing Lionel, and especially noting the bow in his hand, Baltorn's eyes lit up with surprise. However, not long later, everyone was shocked because there were actually more than 50 individuals following behind them. Lionel looked at the carnage. He felt a bit of guilt looking toward the freshman who had been sliced into 6, but had he acted too soon, things wouldn't have ended so simply. Things became more and more complex the more people he had to take care of. With that came many more variables. That said, Lionel turned his attention toward Jaylee's, ignoring Baltorn. At that moment, Jaylee's felt as though he was being locked onto by a beast. Even the stare of the Titan hyena hadn't nearly been this uncomfortable. According to Lionel's original simulation, the 3 freshmen plus Jaylee's would have struck at the snout of the Titan hyena. Following this, the Titan hyena would chase after Jaylee's since he was the strongest, and Lionel would then shoot at the perfect time to save him. Yet, Jaylee's pulled back at the last moment, which eventually led to a death Lionel couldn't stop because he had to recalculate everything at that instant. If Jaylee's hadn't pulled back, they wouldn't have suffered any more deaths in the slightest. How could Lionel not be infuriated? But at this moment, Lionel knew that it was impossible to convey this matter properly. Jaylee's actions were so subtle and well calculated that Lionel was sure that he was the only one who noticed the change at all. If Lionel tried to call him out now, the fragile trust he had built to now would crumble. He would come off as a man who wanted to get rid of a potential rival rather than someone indignant, rightly so, about the death of a fellow student. Controlling his emotions, Lionel pulled his gaze from Jaylee's and scanned everyone else. His look hadn't lasted more than a split second, but for a sensory type like Jaylee's, it felt like an eternity. I'm sure you all are aware of what's happening by now. The Oryx seem to be making a move and could be coming down at us any time now. As Lionel spoke, he had already walked to the pinned corpse, stripping it clean. He doused the tree bark and surroundings in cleansing waters, then sent little Blackstar off with the remains again. "Well, follow you." Baltorn spoke before Lionel could even ask. Lionel nodded. "All right, we're still about 40 kilometers away, so let's work together." Baltorn was the reason so many of these freshmen had come together in the first place, so it wasn't much of a surprise that they all agreed. The only one who was hesitant was Jaylee's. Unlike Lionel, he didn't seem intent on being the vanguard in the slightest. At this moment, he just wanted to look out for himself. In the end, though, he decided to follow along. As much as he trusted his senses, he knew he wasn't infallible. In the case, wouldn't it be more convenient to escape if there were others blocking the way? Jaylee's made his decision. An unknown distance away, a familiar large humanoid figure reached thick, dirty fingers forward. The Oryx's nails looked as though they had been bitten down to size before being caked in the foulest dirt. However, a moment later, the Oryx's fingers were coated in a thick crimson. It looked around, but soon realized it had come to the end of the trail. It seemed that he had been following a false path. The Oryx stood to his full height, wiping the line of crimson across his chest. He rose his nose to the sky, taking a deep whiff. But after a while, he couldn't seem to sense anything. In the end, he looked into the sky, watching the sun that was slowly setting. This didn't matter much. Once night descended, they wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Chapter 676. Back on Earth, the matters of the war were only just beginning to be settled. It was no surprise that even after the death of the puppet master, Terrain was still able to put up a great fight. After all, they still had Anared's father, City Lord Kiefer, and the mighty City Lord Black. However, a great fight was all they were capable of. After Anared's death, much of the hope had already crumbled. His existence was simply too important to the core plans of Terrain. Now that he was gone, even if they did win, it held no merit. With their pitiful talent, holding on to Earth until they could begin to birth fifth-generation children who could take over for them was nothing more than a pipe dream. In the end, the city lords of Terrain all committed suicide in hopes in that the innocent citizens they had brought along would be spared. Maybe then, in some small way, Terrain would become a part of Earth and live on in another form. Not unexpectedly, Camelot became among the greatest contributors of the war. Their sudden appearance after the second fall of White City had turned the battle for the capital on its head. And thanks to them, the desperate last struggles of the cities didn't cause many waves at all. The war finally came to a close, and a time of reform began. However, this didn't mean that every place on Earth was experiencing this kind of peace. You knew, didn't you? James stood before his father, his fists clenched. He tried his best to keep his expression even, but he had never been as good as Lionel at doing this no matter how hard he tried to copy his former best friend. James simply wasn't that kind of person. He wasn't good at hiding his emotions, and often wore them out openly. It was precisely because of this that he called Lionel a hypocrite that day. Not just any hypocrite, but a psychopath as well. Of all the people who knew Lionel, maybe other than his own father, James knew him best. He knew more than enough to know that the charisma that seemed to be the foundation of Lionel's personality was nothing more than a thin veneer hiding his true depths. But that didn't change the fact that James had always seen Lionel as his best friend. Yet now, the pressure from his father had split them apart. How could he choose between his best friend and his family? But this was exactly the choice his father forced him to make more and more frequently nowadays. Did I know what? James' father responded without even looking up from his documents. Hearing such words, James snapped. You told me to go to Conrad's family and tell them that it was Lionel and not Aina Brazinger who killed their trash of a son. I'm asking you if you knew that Lionel was a prince back then. James' voice came out in a roar. He had never raised his voice against his father before, but right now, he felt as though his world was spinning. By now, who on earth didn't know of Lionel's true identity? Let alone his name. Even his picture had been broadcasted through the skies. If James didn't know by now, how much of a fool would he be? James' father paused, looking up. His gaze was sharp, seemingly drilling holes into his son with each passing second. At that moment, James seemed to realize that he had actually yelled at his father. An uncontrollable fear hooked into him, causing his knees to tremble and collapse under him. He sat on the floor, staring at the tiles before him with a blank look. His father hadn't even said a word, but he still felt all his willpower collapse in the blink of an eye. James' father looked back toward his document, not saying a word to his collapsed son for a long while. Yet, James himself didn't dare to move. I can only say that it's a shame about the Siegfried family. They were the only ones not present when the Emperor revealed his connection with Lionel that day, so it presented a great opportunity. I can only say that it's unfortunate. James shivered. So that really was what it was. His father wanted to use the Siegfried's family's ignorance to target Lionel, believing that all the Emperor's nonsense about going out to kill his grandson was just nonsense. Was there really a grandfather who wouldn't take action when their grandson was killed? One only needed to look at what happened to those Shield Cross Stars members to understand. Setbacks like this are an inevitable part of aspiring for lofty ideals. If not for this, wouldn't everyone succeed? James' father rose. Soon, Earth will be opening up diplomatic channels. The worlds whose people got wrapped up in this war due to Terrain's abrupt action will use this as an excuse to reach their fingers toward this place. When this happens, the nobles have decided to send you youth out to experience the world, and there are a few organizations you can choose from. James' father paused, looking toward his kneeling son. Your ability underwent a great evolution after Earth evolved, correct? James' lip trembled, but he couldn't seem to form any words. Good then. His father continued without a care. You'll go with the others and train yourself properly. This is an age of war and expansion. I don't believe that this most recent co-black will be the last. We took great advantage of it this time, but we have yet to reclaim the former glory of the Bennett family. Soon, though, our time will come. Across worlds and through several folds of reality. Lionel had no idea that such a talk was occurring between James and his father, nor did he know that many were about to set out to the wider galaxy, not much unlike he and Aina had. However, even if he did know, he would be hard-pressed to spare it any attention at this point. The sun in the sky seemed to be sinking faster and faster, the usually quiet surroundings filled with the labored breathing of the freshman Lionel was dragging along. There was still more than 35 kilometers that separated them in the mountain pass. Chapter 677. Lionel's breathing held steady. Ever since his magic and body became interconnected, it wasn't just his speed that gained a great boost, but also his recoverability. This was only to be expected. After all, his light elemental force had awakened its healing branch, and now it was one with his body. Even though his current healing branch was almost like a glass cannon, providing one massive heal in exchange for months of dormancy, it had gained a somewhat passive state as well thanks to Camelot's magic system. The only shame was that Lionel had been so busy recently that he hadn't had the time to research more of this magic system. He felt that he definitely had to find this time in the future. Lionel had already simulated the best path for him, and he felt that that was fusing his magic and spearmanship into one. As things stood now, he always either used one or the other, but that was almost like crippling himself. He would definitely have to do some more experiments. It'll be night soon. Lionel sighed. Nearer to dusk, the pace of the group had slowed considerably. This wasn't just due to the poor lighting, but also because of Lionel's orders. In the afternoon, they had focused on speed, killing every beast they came across while dodging large dens. However, when the lights began to dim, Lionel became more cautious. Every time a beast was killed, they would go out of their way to clean the scene and move the corpse elsewhere to throw the oryx off course. In fact, Lionel had even gotten a few freshmen with ice abilities to chill the corpses ahead of time as well, so they would be even more difficult for the oryx to find. All of this caution led to their pace slowing down even further. Though many understood why Lionel had chosen to do this, there were other anxious individuals who would have much rather focused on their speed. If they had, they might have already been halfway there and just another 4 or 5 hours away. But Lionel had chosen to take the opposite approach, something Jalise was greatly unsatisfied with. Logically, this was the best approach to limit casualties and help the most people survive. But why should he care about the survival of some mere freshman? The darker the skies grew, the more antsy Jalise became. He really began weighing his options for whether he should split off on his own or not. What he was more surprised about, though, was that he had already tried to sway the group's opinion earlier in the day. He had thought that with his white belt status, many would listen to him. And in truth, a few did. Among them, there was no surprise that the silent senior Lou had also taken his side. But, to their surprise, the vast majority still took Lionel's side. They weren't fools. If they could come to valiant heart, they definitely had some intelligence of their own. Though Lionel's approach was a bit overly cautious, there was nothing fundamentally wrong with it. Like this, Jaylee's small stint at rebellion had fallen flat. He looked toward Lionel's back at that moment, only to find that the latter didn't seem to be paying attention to him in the slightest. He didn't seem to realize that Lionel's internal sight was observing every single one of his actions from start to finish. But how could he? As far as Jalise knew, internal sight was easily detectable. When had he ever run into one as subtly controlled as Lionel's? I guess it's about time. Lionel thought. All right, everyone, there should be a mine network up ahead. As long as we have metals interfering with their sight, it will be even more difficult for the oryx to find us. We can hide away here until the morning. When Lionel's voice silently reached all their ears, everyone perked up. So it seemed that Lionel really did have a plan. This was great. Of course, if they all knew that the mind network Lionel was speaking of was one from the map he had memorized on the day he launched an attack at the ores market, who knew how they would react? Anna looked toward Lionel's side profile. He's getting more and more bad every day. Her lip couldn't help but curl. This had been Lionel's plan from the beginning. He knew they couldn't make it, so he had laid a map of their progress atop of a map of Sariet's mind network within his dream world. Then, he picked out a suitable location they would reach just before the sun officially set. Soon, the group found a small rock field. Sparse grass sputtered through every so often, but the minor 20 or so meter wide space were mostly made of grays. Near its center, a cave mouth hung open, dipping into the ground quite quickly. But what was especially eye-catching was the fact that there were 4 white-belted seniors playing a game of cards by the cave entrance. The 4 sat at a table together, taking swings of what looked like liquor and happily laughing amongst themselves. It was clear that they had no idea of the looming threat hanging over their heads. At that moment, the 4 suddenly went on high alert, their eyes widening when they saw a group that now numbered over 100 walking toward them. Had they really been so out of it? How had they not sensed these people approaching? Of course, they had no idea that Lionel had set up several sound blockades around the large group. Who are you? This is the territory of King of Or's faction. Turn away unless you want trouble. The moment the 4 saw that this was nothing more than a group of freshmen, they relaxed. When had the fresh meat become so trash? They completed such simple missions in groups of 100 now? How pathetic could they get? Lionel's lip inwardly curled. Well, isn't this just perfect? Raylion had no idea that Lionel's trap was slowly closing in on him. Clearing his throat, Lionel stepped forward. Respected seniors, we're here to ask for shelter. Our group has run into evidence of Oryx activity. It's too dangerous to stay in the forest after the sun sets. We only want to hide within the mines until morning comes. Lionel's expression looked sincere, but he already knew what the response to him would be. Come on, King of Or's faction. Don't disappoint me now. Chapter 678. The 4 seniors were stunned when they heard Lionel's words. Mention of the Oryx was guaranteed to cause such a reaction. After all, there were very few who could reach White Belt without having heard at least one horrific story about that race of people. It was safe to say that they wanted absolutely nothing to do with this matter. After the initial surprise, though, one of them frowned. What proof do you have of this? Why haven't we heard anything? The question made sense. After all, they were about 35 or so kilometers from the mountain pass. That region had a strong concentration of Valiant Heart Mountain elites, so it was relatively safe. In fact, it was due to this that Oryx tribe attacks so close to the heart of their organization were so rare. They usually wouldn't dare travel this close. Though the scuffles at the border between their territories was growing by the day, normally those were trouble only blue belts and above had to deal with. Even white belts like them weren't even qualified to worry about those matters. So, how could they so easily believe Lionel's words? Now that they thought about it, they felt ridiculous for the way they acted and were even somewhat embarrassed. Lionel hesitated when he heard these words. Proof? He didn't have any. He had turned the skeleton of both Titan hyenas into hundreds of arrowheads. As for their bodies, their stench had been distributed in directions opposing to their own thanks to the help of Little Blackstar, so they obviously didn't have any pieces of it remaining. Lionel decided to quickly explain all of this. So the only thing we have left that might be of some proof are the kidneys of the Titan hyenas. Those are the only parts of them that I kept for myself. The 4 white belts looked at the large hand-sized kidney in Lionel's hands, then looked at him as though he was an idiot. So what you're saying is that you have no proof whatsoever. But somehow you expect us to believe that the Oryx tribe is stupid enough to attack so close to the mountain pass? Do you take us for fools? Lionel frowned. Listen, no. You listen. Do you think we can't recognize you? This is the last chance we'll give you to scram, or else don't blame us for being impolite. If you think you can overwhelm us with numbers, think again. Not to mention the fact that we'd never lose to a pack of trash like you freshmen. Do you really think that there's only the four of us here? The four card-playing seniors stood. Lionel inwardly shook his head. It seemed that these four had no idea what happened to Nigmir and the others. But this was fine too. In fact, this was even better. If it's about me, then fine. Lionel said resolutely. I won't enter the mine, but can you at least allow them to? Lionel. Inkith was the first to step forward. Inkith had already done too many things he was ashamed of himself for. The guilt of what his teammates had done still lingered over his head, even to this very moment. Hearing Lionel want to make such a sacrifice, he couldn't stand idly by anymore. Lionel smiled lightly and patted Inkith's shoulder. Even though the two of them were about the same height, at that moment, Inkith somehow still felt that he was looking up at Lionel. Lionel was actually quite confident that he could survive alone, not that this was what he was aiming for right now. He was quite certain by the display these four seniors had put up to this point that they wouldn't disappoint him. And indeed, we're not here to negotiate with you. Since we said a scram, seeing Lionel's willingness to take a step back instead of compromising, the four seniors only became bolder. This was the true way of the world. Sympathy was something reserved for the strong, and oftentimes the strong wouldn't bother to hold onto such a virtue. The more they thought about it, the more they realized they had to chase these bunch of freshmen away. By now, they didn't believe that Lionel could really be lying. Considering his status, convincing 100 freshmen without proof of what had happened was impossible. Most of them wouldn't want anything to do with him for fear of offending those they couldn't afford to offend. But even in the case that they weren't lying, they still needed to be chased away. There was a reason only the strong factions could hold on to mines. This wasn't only because they had to defend them from other factions, but also because mines weren't exactly safe. There were all sorts of creatures that lived in the underground networks. As a result of this, there were only a few safe regions that could be used to hide away in. But even all these regions added up together couldn't possibly house all these freshmen along with all the seniors that were currently already at work below, whether they be in mining or in clearing new paths to be mined. The short of it was that they had to thank these freshmen for giving them such a warning, but if they actually expected to get any help out of them, well, they could wake up from their pitiful dreaming right now. Hearing such words, Lionel hid smile behind a cold mask. You really want to turn us away? His voice was frosty, even to the point the seniors didn't even respond immediately. But this didn't last long. It wasn't even a moment. Later their expressions were overtaken with rage. Are we not speaking in a language you can understand? Lionel's gaze narrowed, his palm flipping over to reveal 3 arrows as he slid his bow off his back. The 4 seniors were stunned. He actually dared to attack. How could they not be infuriated? Wait. The sudden voice stopped the sequence of events. Lionel frowned, watching Jalise and Senior Lou push their way through the crowd. Chapter 679. At this point, Lionel was really curious about what exactly these two wanted to do. How would stepping out now help them? Exactly? The reason Lionel was so confident that these 4 would turn him away was because he knew that whether or not he was telling the truth didn't matter. But he was certain that Jalise and Senior Lou believed that as long as they could prove themselves to be trustworthy, they would be allowed in. Lionel found this to be particularly amusing. They thought that they were being clever, when the truth was that they were simply dancing clowns. It was still possible for the seniors to allow them in, but Lionel could guarantee that they wouldn't allow all over 100 of them to do the same. The reason for this was simple. This wasn't the first of King of Or's mine they had run across. In fact, it wasn't even the easiest to get to. Lionel had made a slight detour to choose this one in specific. With Lionel's expertise, he was capable of guessing which ores could grow, where simply depending on the environment. From his understanding, the ores in this place were among the most valuable assets King of Or's faction had. Of course, this was restricted to those mines that Sereth had actually shown on his map. This was to say that this place had the tightest security along with some of the highest priority for the faction. There was no way that Sereth with his character, would place fools here. That definitely meant that they had already guessed he was telling the truth, yet couldn't allow them in for other reasons. Seeing that Jalise was wearing a white belt, Lionel's internal smile only grew brighter despite the fact his face told a completely different story. In fact, now he quite hoped Jalise was allowed in. "What are you two trying to do?" Lionel asked with a frown. Senior Lou swept Lionel a sneering gaze before completely ignoring his question. "Esteemed seniors," Lou bowed slightly, "I know that it's difficult to trust us, but there really is solid proof of the Oryx tribe's movement. I've heard a lot about some of the issues your king of Or's faction has had with this Lionel, but we implore you to not punish us all simply for his mistakes. We are willing to denounce him completely." The atmosphere seemed to shift slightly. Though Senior Lou hadn't come outright and said it, many began to remember at that moment that the king of Or's faction seemed to have a great rivalry with Lionel. Could it be that this was the true reason they were being turned away? Moose, Inkith, and Irelana frowned deeply. It could be said that many of them had only survived so long because of Lionel. Even if it turned out that their worries about the Oryx were unwarranted, what they had all seen personally was the change in the beasts. On their way here, they had noticed the increased attack rate and violence the beasts displayed. Even if there was no Oryx, this alone was enough to say that Lionel had saved them all. For Senior Lou to do this now was nothing short of abhorrent. Yet, when they looked toward Lionel, he had paused. His 3 arrows remained nestled in his fingers, but he didn't seem like he was about to knock them anytime soon. The 4 seniors frowned when they heard this. Damn it, couldn't these fools get a clue? They didn't want any of them here. Jaylee's expression flickered. He seemed to have understood something as well. It seemed they had misread the situation, but he smiled inwardly. After all, he wasn't the one to speak. "Didn't you?" One of the seniors seemed to be about to snap when he was stopped. They began to whisper amongst each other. "What did you stop me for?" "Hush! Lower your voice, idiot." The 4 huddled together, believing their voices couldn't be heard by anyone but themselves. And in fact, they weren't wrong. Lionel indeed couldn't hear them at this moment. It seemed that one of them had quite the special ability. Think about it. Don't you think this is a good opportunity? For what? We can't afford to let them in. There's no space. Use your head for once, Yako. King gained a lot of benefits from allowing the hero to use our faction's name, but at the same time, our prestige took a hit because of it. King had no choice but to swallow this insult. After all, our rise was too abrupt. King managed to become a blue belt in just a couple years. How could he not be seen as a threat? It isn't yet time for us to go against those behemoths. But this is a good chance for us to recover some of the prestige we lost by losing to a freshman. If we humiliate him like this and the news spreads, we'll be able to get in the good books of King, don't you think? The 4 were suddenly enlightened. You're not bad, Mia, even though your name is a bit girly. Mia slapped Yako on the head, snarling, but his lip curled into a sneer not long after. Mia stepped out of their group, his arms crossed over his chest. His gaze swept over the group, his demeanor looking like that of a commander in charge. Seeing the apprehension on the faces of them all, he couldn't help but take a breath of satisfaction. The feeling of having the lives of so many in the palm of his hands made him feel intoxicated. We've come to a compromise, Mia said calmly. We still have no way of telling if you're telling the truth or if you're here to sabotage our minds. So, we will allow some of you in. As for the majority, you will camp out in the surroundings. If the Oryx really attacks, our detection systems will find it long in advance and will allow you into the mine. If not, you all will stay out here for the night. The freshmen felt a light of hope when they heard these words, naively trusting in the words of these seniors and in their so-called detection system. Mia's lip curled. He had truly found a group of useful idiots. Allow them into the mine. If an Oryx came, they'd execute one of Sariat's contingency plans and collapse the mine entrance and run away through the tunnels before waiting for morning. As for the lives of these freshmen, who cared? However, we have one condition. Mia's gaze turned toward Lionel, locking onto him. If he's here, all of you can scram. I don't want to see his face. It's displeasing to my eyes. Chapter 680. Woke up with a splitting migraine this morning, so that why chapters are even later than usual. Really not sure if we'll be able to write a third and a fourth today. Anyway, hey race at least two to enjoy. Lionel's gaze flashed with something that looked like rage. However, this only made Mia feel emboldened, his chest spilling over with a sense of satisfaction. Lionel took a deep and steady breath, looking over the crowd of freshmen that had followed him to this point. But not a single one seemed to want to meet his gaze. Without fail, they all looked away. Senior Lou's sneer deepened when he saw such a scene. What are you trying to do right now, exactly? Didn't you say the strong should take the vanguard? Since you're so bold, why are you trying to pressure the group of us who are so much weaker than you? The heads of many of the freshmen remained lowered. But after hearing Senior Lou's words, a small number of them regained enough courage to look up and meet Lionel's eyes. That was right. Since Lionel had said that the strong should sacrifice, why wasn't he sacrificing now? Lionel's hand trembled, but he slowly retracted his bow, putting his arrows away. Without a word, he turned toward the forest and began to walk into it. Seeing such a scene, Mia and the three were stunned for a moment before they erupted into an uproarious laughter. They really didn't think that things would end so easily. To think that he was actually such an idiot. That's right, scuttle away, little doggy. I almost feel a bit bad. Look at how pitiful he looks. Yako laughed so hard he could barely breathe. Mia's lip curled, but his smile froze not long after. Among the freshmen, Aina didn't hesitate to follow after Lionel. It would have been fine if it was just one, but outside of even Lionel's expectations, Inkith, Irelana, and Moose clenched their fists tightly, turning away with stiff steps and following Lionel as well. Baltorn's expression warped. It looked like she too wanted to follow, but before she could, a slender hand chopped at the back of her head. She couldn't even understand what happened before she collapsed into darkness. Henoran caught Baltorn's body, yet by some oddity no one blinked an eye. It was as though it had never happened at all. Mia soon recovered as their figures disappeared into the forest. Who cares if a few chose to follow him? A mere 4 out of over 100. Such a ratio was pitiful. Senior Lou smiled ingratiatingly after Lionel was gone. He hadn't even opened his mouth yet, but one could already hear his fawning. Esteemed seniors, how will we decide who can enter the mines, if you don't mind me asking? Oh, that. It was only now that Mia remembered that he had indeed promised such a thing. What a hassle. Now that Lionel had been thoroughly humiliated and his life was even on the line now, he didn't really care what happened to these freshmen. But, after some thought, he realized that there was really no point in humiliating Lionel if no one could spread the tale later. So, he had to make sure that at least some of them survived in the end. In that case, Mia scanned the crowd, his gaze lighting up when it landed on Jalise. How could he not be drawn to the only white belt in the crowd? This was perfect. Freshmen were nothing but deadweight, but it was a different matter entirely if there was someone who could actually be of help here. Let the strongest among you decide, Mia said after some thought. No more than 5 can enter. Senior Lou's expression twisted, but he still looked toward Jalise almost immediately, a pleading look in his eye. Almost like a ghost, Henoran appeared with Baltorn in her arms, standing beside Jalise as though she had always been there. Even at this point, no one seemed to realize that Baltorn was knocked out, or maybe they simply didn't care about the details in this sort of situation. Jalise swept a gaze over. They'll just take them. With that, Jalise walked toward the mine, not bothering to pick out 2 more to fill in the 5-number cap. Senior Lou's expression was ugly to behold. He sent a pleading gaze toward Mia, but the latter had clearly cleansed his hands of the matter. He wanted nothing to do with it. He truly couldn't be bothered to care. Without a choice, the freshmen began to silently set up camp, quietly vying for position closer to the cave's mouth. Senior Lou clenched his fists, a hint of despair marking his brow. The complicated looks he received from the other freshmen only made it all worse. While two seniors guarded the entrance to maintain order, Mia and Yako led Jaylise and the two women into the mine. One would have expected the tunnels to be dark, especially so nearing the night, and possibly lit by torches, but this was far from the truth. The walls of the cave seemed to sparkle with their own pale light. The visibility wasn't as bright as day, but it wasn't as poor as dusk either. It was a nice, gentle in-between that was easy on the eyes. After a while of silence, Jaylise suddenly spoke. "Tell me the truth. You don't actually intend on allowing the others in, right?" Mia's steps paused for a moment before a sneer spread across his face. "Of course not." "Good," Jaylise said casually. Not long later, Mia led them down a few diverting paths before they made it to a medium-sized opening. It seemed capable of fitting about 50 or so people. "This is our safe house. Any further, and we'll have to deal with stone beasts." "Mia, who the hell did you bring here?" A voice that almost sounded more like a bark sounded out, snapping at their ears. Mia smiled bitterly before quickly explaining the situation. "The Oryx?" The expression of the king of Or's members working the mine changed. If this was true, they were in no small amount of trouble. It was at that moment the ground quaked. The setting sun had finally disappeared over the horizon. Chapter 681. Several minutes ago, Lionel's rage disappeared like the wind after he entered the forest. He almost couldn't stop himself from laughing. He really hadn't expected things to work out even better than he had thought they would. He felt like this was what people called digging their own graves. Aina shook her head and rolled her eyes. Unlike the others, she could clearly see that mischievous light in Lionel's eye. The Lionel she knew wasn't very good at controlling his emotions in the slightest. If he was truly enraged, he would have just attacked and thought of the consequences later. The fact he never attacked meant that he wasn't angry to begin with. The only thing Lionel really didn't expect, though, was for Inkith, Irelana, and Moose to actually follow him. As for his lovely girlfriend, wasn't that already a given? If Lionel had to be honest, their following made his task a bit more difficult than it would otherwise be. Their strength was definitely not up to par with him and Aina. But Lionel definitely wouldn't turn them away. In fact, he would remember this well. Taking a deep breath, Lionel turned to the three. Unlike Aina, they didn't understand Lionel very well. So, they had been just as fooled by his previous act. Seeing the solemn expression on Lionel's face, they felt their hearts seize again. After a while, Lionel smiled. It was quite true that the world couldn't be painted in black and white. The very same Inkith and Irelana who had drawn a line between them just months ago had actually chosen to side with him today. The human psyche was quite a fascinating thing. "All right, everyone, take these." Lionel handed out another few packages of grenades. These are the grenades." Moose asked softly. Moose and the others weren't very surprised that Lionel had more, even though he had said that he didn't previously. But Lionel's next words stunned them. "These aren't the same. The others could only injure a tier 4 existence and kill anyone below that. This one can even kill anyone below tier 6. The three youths trembled fiercely when they heard this. Every step forward in the fourth dimension was considered to be massive. By the time one got to the difference between tier 4, 5, and 6, you were talking massive gulfs one could waste a lifetime to cross. Tier 7 to Valiant Heart Mountain was considered to be the absolute cream of the crop. Only blue belts touched upon such a level. Yet these three could only lower their heads if they came across a mere white belt. The idea that they could injure a tier 6 with just one of these was baffling. Yet, Lionel had given them 10 each. How could their hearts not beat wildly? Be careful when you use them, Lionel advised. Whether it's the Titan Hyena or the Oryx, I have a strong feeling that they won't work in the slightest, so don't even bother to throw them in their direction. You'll only be bringing down their attention toward you. The three nodded solemnly. But Irelana soon raised a question. In that case, how do we use them? To survive. Lionel spoke bluntly. Not long from now, the oryx will definitely track us to this location. Try to escape through the forest will be impossible, so we will be using the mines. If I'm correct, the King of Or's faction will definitely do their best to seal off the mine from new entries, so we'll need to work fast. These grenades will be useful to you within the mine tunnels themselves. There will also be beasts that enter a frenzy down there. Use the weaker grenades on them. They won't be able to harm the structural integrity of the tunnel. If you feel that an oryx is closing in on you, a strategic use of the stronger grenades can collapse a tunnel they would have otherwise used to pursue you. The three gulped hard when they heard Lionel. He made it sound like the oryx were already right on their trail. But didn't I just fall? Wait, Knight. The three looked up into the sky, their legs growing weak when they noticed there wasn't a hint of the sun left. At that moment, the ground began to quake, the trees swaying from side to side as though they were juvenile rather than the thick ancestral beings they actually were. Get ready, Lionel said solemnly. Senior Lou bit into his cheek, his expression jittery. He had managed to take advantage of his seniority to build a campsite as near to the cave mouth as he could. Unfortunately, in order to succeed in this, he had to be more aggressive than he usually was, causing many to feel off-put by his presence. To make matters worse, he wasn't even that close to the cave mouth. Under the order of the White Belts, he had to be at least 10 meters away. The clearing was already only 20 meters wide to begin with. As a result, most were pushed into the camping in the forest. Though this was more comfortable than setting up camp on the hard rock, in terms of security, they felt as though they had none. The freshmen found themselves feeling empty. Their minds were filled with such a perpetual fear that they couldn't even find it in themselves to relax. They realized then that their current state was a far cry from how at ease they had been during the day. Though they were tired and spent from their trek here, at the very least, none of them felt as though their lives were on the line. Even without the appearance of the oryx, this suffocating feeling alone made them realize just how much they had relied on Lionel. Unfortunately, it was already too late to hold back anymore. Fuck this. One of the freshmen rose from their small sleeping bag. What's there to be afraid of? Would one person really make a difference? How ridiculous. No one responded to the freshman's grumbling. He stood, going a distance away to find a tree to take a whiz behind. He sighed as a steady stream began to drizzle. He had been so scared before that he had truly held this in for too long. The more relaxed he became, the more assured in himself that he also became. Just blame yourself. Who asked you to piss off the King of Or's faction as a freshman? The young man continued to mumble before his nose caught the whiff of something terrible. Fucking gross. Who the hell is taking a shit here? Couldn't you choose another place? The young man suddenly froze. It was night, so it was of course dark. But had it always been so dark? His neck slowly cranked backward, only to find a massive silhouette looming behind him. The young man opened his mouth to scream, but all that came out was a gurgle, his head sliding off his shoulders and plopping to the ground. Chapter 682. A shrill scream shook the campsite, smells of blood and carnage hanging in the air. The oryx hadn't even tried to hide himself. Facing a group of such weaklings, why would it have to? Such things were meaningless in the face of true power. However, had the four deserters who had died earlier in the day been present, they would have realized that something seemed to be wrong. The oryx they had seen had a massive crimson halberd strapped to his back. But this one had a massive great sword almost as thick as its burly body on its back. Unless this oryx had, for some reason, chosen to change weapons, it was all but confirmed at this point. There was more than just one oryx bearing down on them. Senior Lou felt his heart seize. He couldn't believe that his worst fears were already coming to fruition. It's just 10 meters, just 10 meters. It's the blink of an eye. I can make it. The distance that separated them and the cave mouth was practically negligible. Senior Lou didn't care if he had to trample over the corpses of his fellow freshmen. He just had to make it. As long as he did, he would be safe, he would live another day. Without a care for the materials strewn around him, Senior Lou scrambled to his feet, not even looking back to the forest. He scratched and clawed to all fours before leaping up to his feet. He bolted for the cave mouth with all the speed he could muster. For some reason, despite the fact his destination was right in front of him, despite the fact it should have only taken him 2 large leaps to make it, he felt as though it was a world away. At that moment, his worst fears were realized again. The 2 seniors had already leapt to their feet. What the hell? Already. It was clear that they were caught completely off guard. They knew that the oryx story Lionel had told was likely to be true, but shouldn't it still have taken some time to find this place? At this point, they didn't care to confirm the appearance of the oryx. Hurry up. I'm on already. You go to your damn job, nagging bastard. The senior who spoke last stood with a ferocity, his feet stamping into the ground. The clearing of rock and gravel quaked for a moment, trembling beneath his force. Senior, please. Senior Lou called out, panic clear on his face. But at that moment, a strong wall of force sent him flying backward. Horror painted his face as he watched a wall rise up from the ground. In an instant, a 10-meter-tall makeshift fortress surrounded the cave mouth. Senior Lou scrambled to his feet, launching himself onto the wall and trying his best to climb it. Once again, it was just 10 meters. It was a distance that was harder to climb than run across, but he was still a 4th-dimensional existence. Even if he couldn't jump that high in a 5th-dimensional world, he could still climb it. The makeshift walls were coarse and unkempt. There were more than enough dips and crevices for him to latch onto. But he had barely begun when a spike of earth suddenly jetted out for his chest. Senior Lou twisted to avoid it, displaying his small bit of talent. But the result was still the flesh near his hip being ripped through. If he had been just a bit slower, his hip bone would have been shattered to oblivion. Senior Lou fell back to the ground, being thrown away from the wall. Let me in. Let me in. I helped you all. The more Senior Lou screamed, the more careless he got with his words. Who cared about offending seniors if he couldn't even live to reap the benefits of it? Soon, he began cursing, even insulting their mothers, but his pleas fell on deaf ears. By that point, many of the freshmen had long since caught up with Senior Lou. Some had tried banging against the wall, but those not as strong as Lou found themselves skewered. It was hard to tell if more freshmen had died at the hands of the oryx who had seemingly yet to make an appearance, or their so-called seniors. On the other side of the wall, the senior who put up the rock wall, Hallis, sneered, his hand pressed flush against the wall as he sensed what was happening. Seath, are you done yet? Don't hurry me, bastard, just hold the wall. Oryx aren't that intelligent anyway. As long as they had prey on the other side, they won't bother with us anyway. Why the hell is it taking so long? Do you know how hard it is to set up a controlled explosion? I'm trying to destroy the entrance well enough that it can't be dug through easily, but not bad enough that it takes the whole tunnel with it. Plus I have to put on a delay. Whatever. Keep your nerds speak to yourself. Just hurry up. Can't believe those bastards left us with this job, damn it. Though Hallis said this, considering their abilities, they were the only 2 that could be left with such a task. Seath with his explosion ability, and him with his control abilities. Seath continuously drew force arts around the cave entrance. He had started on this a while ago, but he had never expected the oryx to get here before he could even finish. Unfortunately, in order to hide things from the freshmen, he had to be too subtle before, slowing him down considerably. But now that the cat was out of the bag, there was no need to take things slow any longer. Listen. In a desperate attempt, many no longer cared about the earthen spikes, rushing at the wall in an attempt to overwhelm it with numbers. It was then, though, that an oryx finally stalked its way out of the forest, its large figure pushing thick trees out of its way. His massive great sword rested on his shoulder, the claws of his pawed feet digging into the coarse ground. The oryx was caked in blood. It splashed across his furred legs and clumped the hairs together. The result was a smell even more foul than usual. The freshmen felt as though their souls had fled their bodies. Chapter 683. Senior Lou slowly looked back, his head tilting up to see the massive, looming figure that had appeared. Just its weapon was larger than any one of them, let alone the oryx itself. Those that had been in Valiant Heart for a few years had all heard their fair share of oryx tribe horror stories. But no freshman had ever seen an oryx personally. Or, more accurately, no freshman had ever survived such an encounter to tell the tale. Senior Lou's knees went weak. He fell to the ground, his eyes turning almost vacant as he looked up. At that moment, he, along with every freshman, felt no different from those bees who lost their minds to fear. The foul smell of the oryx was seared into their souls. It was the kind of memory they would never forget in their lifetimes. At that moment, though, the oryx looked into the skies. As though none of them even existed, he focused all three of his eyes into the clouds, training his gaze on something that seemed to be flying. Lionel looked down from his surfboard, his gaze twinkling. What a monster! This was Lionel's conclusion after just a single glance. Compared to humans, if the measure was pure combatability, the oryx were superior in every way. Their digitigrade legs made them faster than any human of similar stature could hope to be. Their muscle structure stored more than 10 times more energy. Their bones were more than 10-fold sturdier. And their eyes? There was something deeply unsettling about them. As though this wasn't bad enough, those of Valiant Heart seemed to think that the oryx weren't intelligent, but Lionel's dictionary hadn't said a word about their poor intelligence. Just looking at the eyes of the oryx before him, Lionel didn't even need his dictionary to know that these oryx were no less intelligent than any human. Lionel held Aina in one arm, the 3 freshmen standing in a row to his back. It was difficult for the surfboard to fit all of them on, but they just managed it. "Okay, I'm going now," Aina said softly. With a leap, she plunged onto the other side of the wall, falling down heavily between Hallis and our fire. The 2 seniors were stunned. A flying treasure? Maybe it was only at that moment that everyone realized that Lionel had never been worried about his survival from the very beginning. Had he used his flying treasure from the start, he could have already made it back to the mountain pass. The freshmen who realized this felt a second wave of guilt assault their souls. Lionel pulled out his bow, knocking 2 arrows. However, he didn't raise it. "How about it, Mr. Oryx? Why don't we both take a step back?" The oryx continued to stare at Lionel without saying a word. But it was at that moment that a translation he could comprehend drifted to his ears. The oryx's expression changed, his tusks vibrating slightly. However, it was just for the briefest of moment. By this point, Aina had an axe at Hallis' throat. "Senior, since when did a mere white belt pose a challenge to her?" At that moment, though, Lionel wasn't feeling relaxed in the slightest. An intelligent creature like the oryx would know that at Lionel's current vantage point, it was at a great disadvantage. Even someone as powerful as this oryx wouldn't like to be used for live target practice. But that was exactly what would happen if it couldn't find a way to deal with Lionel in the skies. However, at that moment, though it was hard to tell, Lionel was certain this oryx was smiling, the blood on its body slowly trickling to the ground beneath it. At that instant, Lionel's pupils constricted. "Hold on." With barely a warning, Lionel rolled the surfboard to the side as a beam of red shot into the skies. It continued for so long that it seemed intent on penetrating the canopy of the world. Inkith and Irelana barely managed to hold on, but Moose slipped, he hand only just managing to grasp at the side of the surfboard. Unfortunately, before Moose could get a solid grip, Lionel was forced to swerve violently again, causing Moose to lose whatever hold he had left. In fact, even Inkith and Irelana couldn't hold on any longer. The vertical eye of the oryx pulsed, red veins popping across it as it released its second beam. It even seemed to be preparing a third. "Little black star." Yep, yep. The little mink flashed, strong surges of black-green swirling around his body. An upswing of wind slowed the descent of the 3, allowing them to fall into the wall Hallis formed unharmed. The situation instantly became more complicated. Lionel's eyes narrowed. He felt that if he let that beam hit him, he would be finished. What good was a metal body if it was melted into scrap. The strong, destructive character of the blast sent a shiver down his spine. Yet, even now, he had no idea if this was a unique ability of the Oryx, or if all Oryx had access to this. If it was the latter, the surrounding forest began to shift and rustle again. The freshmen below could hardly hold in their horror as another Oryx appeared. Two Oryx, one from the south and the other from the north, pincering the freshmen from both sides. This second Oryx wielded a crimson halberd, its stature no less imposing. Yet, Lionel was certain that he felt more pressure from it. At that instant, Lionel suddenly felt like the space around him had been locked. The first Oryx reacted immediately, its third eye pulsing as yet another beam was sent in Lionel's direction. Lionel's pupils constricted into pinholes. One's eye pulsed and locked him in place. The other's eye released a devastating attack. What the hell kind of species were these Oryx? How could they possibly be so powerful? If this was the case, Valiant Heart was not in just a little bit of trouble. Forget Valiant Heart. Even he was facing quite a tall mountain right now. The crimson beam tore through the skies, bearing down with every intention of splitting Lionel's skill in two. Chapter 684. Lionel let out a roar. In a blink, his body was covered in a sparkling black light. The sound of a shattering barrier resounded as he snapped his neck to one side, feeling the searing pain of the crimson beam flying just by his ear. Lionel breathed heavily, a hint of fear causing his heart to palpitate. If it wasn't for the fact he had built the space element into his magic core, allowing him to coat his body in the force element and forcefully shatter the Oryx's bind on him, he really might have died just then. Lionel realized at that moment that these two Oryxes alone were far beyond his means to battle. Hoping to stall them with his terrain advantage was nothing more than a pipe dream. If he wasn't careful, it would be him who would be played with to death. Whether it was a lineage factor or an ability didn't even matter right now. All that did matter was that they could and would kill him if he was the slightest bit careless. Lionel didn't wait for the Oryx to be surprised that he had managed to break out of their pincer attack. With swift movements, he knocked the two arrows he had pulled out earlier. He rose into the skies, aiming downward and releasing. The two arrows spiraled out of each other's path before slamming into one another. Sparks flew, their trajectories snapping toward completely separate directions, both of which happened to be headed for one of the Oryx each. The Oryx didn't seem flustered by this in the slightest. One raised their halberd, the other raising their great sword. With swift, unhurried movements, they slashed outward. However, right then, bang, the arrows exploded. It felt as though two red suns had suddenly appeared in the midst of the battlefield. For a moment, the world was dyed in crimson. The two Oryx roared, all three of their eyes shutting under the assault. Lionel quickly landed on the top of the rock wall, his feet stamping down. In the blink of an eye, for passageways appeared all around the wall. "Hurry up," Lionel shouted. The freshman recovered, scrambling to enter the wall. Lionel brandished his bow. Taking advantage of the temporary blindness of the two Oryx, Lionel began to rain down arrows. The fur on their lower half provides a large boost to their defense. Their skin can be vulnerable. Aiming toward patches of skin without bone directly underneath is the most effective. Lionel managed to send 5 arrows toward each Oryx, learning more and more with each strike. But after a while he noticed that after being hit by his third arrow, the Oryx quickly adapted. Even with their eyes closed, they began to dodge and block. Internal sight, Lionel sucked in a cold breath. He had to stop treating these Oryx as though they were beasts. Not only did they have intelligence, but they seemed to have access to all the same network of abilities humans did. Lionel's own bias was thwarting his judgment. He had never interacted with other races of people before, but this should be enough to tell him the universe didn't play favorites. If anything, with how unlucky the Oryx had been in having their home world taken over by humans, the universe would favor them just a touch more. How ironic. Lionel had just finished repelling an invasion of his own world, just to participate in the invasion of another. What kind of sick place was this dimensional verse exactly? They're already recovering. 7 seconds exactly. I'd be lucky to get even 3 if I managed to catch them off guard again. Lionel swept his senses over the youth. Though they were weak, if they couldn't cross a mere 10 meters with 7 seconds, a feat that even an injured mortal could manage, they would have never been admitted to Valiant Heart Mountain. Even with the jostling and fighting that was inevitable, the freshmen still all managed to cross the barrier in that time. Lionel shot another arrow, but this one flew right towards Seath. It landed right at the senior's feet, causing him to jump in a panic. "Let them in," Lionel said coldly, not even looking back. Seeing the over 70 freshmen who still remained and glancing toward Hallis, who still had Aina's blade to his neck, Seath realized that it was a futile effort. Before anyone could react, he turned tail and ran into the tunnel. Lionel had said to let everyone in, but that didn't mean he was just going to stand there and accept his fate. From the way it looked, Lionel would be those 2 Oryx's first target when they fully recovered. Maybe that would give him enough time to escape through the network of tunnels. He had to hurry. The freshman didn't have the time to mind it all, rushing into the tunnel after Seath. The only difference between this time and the last was that some actually looked back toward Lionel. This was already the second time Lionel had saved them all. If they couldn't at least realize this, they'd be subhuman. The dimensional verse may seem like an endlessly cruel place, but in some small corners, there would always be kindness. If not, how could people have survived so long against the elements this world always threw at them? The freshman threw a look back toward Lionel and dashed into the tunnels, the image of him raining down arrows searing into their minds. Lionel's jaw remained clenched, his eyes growing colder and colder as he rained his arrows down, doing his best to distract the 2. They haven't used their abilities ever since their eyes closed. It seems that they're relying on their third eye being open. But if I can predict when it will open and react first, Lionel's heartbeat grew steadier and steadier, his breathing and his release of his arrows sinking into one. Aina sent a worried glance up toward Lionel. Then, gritting her teeth, she too rushed into the tunnel. Chapter 685. Lionel's feet stamped down hard again. The wall thickened by a factor and closed tight. He was limited in how far he could control Earth away from himself, so this was about the best he could do. But this much should be enough. Lionel leapt backward. Reading his intention, little black star appeared on Lionel's head just as he casted float. As expected, in a fifth-dimensional world, the act was even more difficult. Unfortunately, Lionel didn't get a boost because he hadn't added wind to his magic core. So, the best he could do was try to slow his fall by a large measure as he continued to fire arrows. Eventually, Lionel was no longer high enough in the air to fire his shots directly. Aiming into the sky, Lionel mooned several shots in a single volley. Pulling out another set of 6 arrows, he nestled 2 between every finger, sniping his moon shots down from the air. The 12 arrows rebounded off of each other, one set of 6 soaring higher into the air and another set of 6 plunging down like meteors. Those who could still see Lionel's marksmanship from within the tunnel felt as though they were seeing the work of a magician. It felt like Lionel's marksmanship wasn't limited by anything but his imagination. Was there nothing he couldn't do with a bow? Pung, 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 pung. The Oryx blocked the first rain, only to find that the arrows that had soared further into the skies had arched back down to aim right for them. It was as though they were being controlled like puppets on the ends of Lionel's fingers. Lionel landed on the ground, sliding back to the cave entrance. His pupils moved rapidly, scanning the force art Seath had left behind. It took him no more than a split second to understand it and point out several flaws. But he simply didn't have the time to make it perfect. Bang! The walls began to quake. Despite being reinforced by Lionel, just a single strike from both Oryx from completely opposing sides caused a gale of cracks to sweep through the whole structure. It looked as though it was a wall of partially cracked eggs rather than one of rock, stone, and earth. Lionel didn't even look back. He flipped his palm over, retrieving his favorite spear for these tasks. After all, it wasn't just useful for dissecting animal carcasses. Lionel felt it was unfortunate that the cave entrance itself was too sturdy for an elite grenade to work on it, or else he wouldn't have to do all of this. Bang! The wall collapsed. If Lionel deemed to look back at this very moment, he would see that the gaze of the great sword-wielding oryx had a straight line of sight to his back. But, as though he couldn't sense a thing, Lionel's arm finished the last of the force art at warp speed. At that moment, Lionel abruptly spun back, shooting another arrow aimed right for the oryx's eye. "Enjoy being blinded again." The words reached the oryx's ears secretly. The moment he understood, his expression changed, his eyes closing and his great sword coming out to block. Lionel grinned and jumped into the open pit. Boom, boom, boom. By the time the oryx realized it was just a normal arrow, the cave entrance had collapsed completely. Lionel sprinted down, a rain of rock and rubble collapsing around him and threatening his life. While Seath had been cautious to not put too much power into the force art, so as not to destroy the tunnel, Lionel did no such thing. In fact, he put enough power in to collapse at least half of this entire tunnel. His reasoning was simple. He couldn't allow the oryx to dig through with too much ease. With how simple it had been for them to break down his reinforced wall, digging through some rubble was child's play. Lionel didn't want to stop them. That was impossible. He just needed to delay them for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes would be enough. Lionel shot down the tunnel, leaving a trail of gold in his wake. Little Black Star flashed to the side, skipping through the tunnel even faster than Lionel himself. Much further within the underground network, Seath burst into the small clearing that could house about 50. Compared to the freshmen who had followed after him, especially since he had a few seconds of a head start, it was no surprise that he had gotten here so much sooner. Not only was he the only one of them familiar with the network, but he was a white belt. Plus, his explosive ability helped him with far more than just attack. He could also apply it to his internal force and his legs, boosting his speed to inhuman levels. "See, shut up, shut up," Seath snapped, wheezing. That Lionel bastard came back after the oryx came. "I don't know if the tunnel has collapsed by now or not, but we need to go. There's a bunch of freshmen on the way here." Mia, Yako, and the others frowned deeply. "I left them all far behind, but that masked girl took Hallis hostage. They'll find their way here even without my guidance." The expressions of everyone changed. This was bad. They really hadn't expected things to develop this quickly. Their original intention was to leave more than just Seath and Hallis behind. But who would have thought that the oryx would come so quickly? Mia and Yako had barely gotten here to drop Jalise and the others off when the commotion began. What should they do? In the tunnels, Senior Lou was running as fast as he could. But the injury to his hip caused him to be far slower than he usually was. He had gone from being among the best of the freshmen to lagging behind even the worst. Though his bone hadn't been injured, the skin and muscles had been. The fact he was moving his leg at all was a testament to just how much he wanted to live. At that moment, his thoughts weren't even filled with gratitude. And unlike most, he hadn't spared a single look back to Lionel. He just wanted to live. Senior Lou stumbled and fell, a strong wind coming from him as he struggled to pull himself up, running forward again. But not long later, he fell once more. This time, however, it wasn't a coincidence. Senior Lou struggled to look up, only to find a masked and petite young lady standing over him with Hallis' neck being squeezed between her fingers. "He's too nice to kill you over just a few words, especially since he's using you anyway." "But I'm not," Aina said plainly. "No, please." "So." Aina's foot stamped down hard, squashing Senior Lou's head in a meat paste. Lou's fingers twitched, his body seemingly not believing he had fallen even after death. Chapter 686. Aina turned away from the corpse, not making any attempts to hide it. Rather, she walked away and shook Hallis awake. Even though she didn't care much about killing, she knew that even in its current state, Valiant Heart Mountain had rules against murdering fellow students. Since she still needed Hallis and couldn't kill him as well, it was better if he didn't see anything, lest it be used against Lionel in the future. Aina was well aware that she was Lionel's only weakness in this place. If she thought about it, maybe the way Lionel had handled things up until now would have been completely different had she not been there, and maybe they wouldn't have been pushed into a corner. If Lionel heard Aina's thoughts, he would probably laugh. He had terrible luck with organizations. In his opinion, this would happen regardless of whether she was here or not. After all, she hadn't even been with him during his adventures with the Slayer Legion or Camelot. Thankfully, Camelot was now a good ally of Lionel's, but the Slayer Legion remained in a gray zone, while even Lionel didn't know whether he would be friends or enemies with Valiant Heart in the future. Sometimes, Lionel felt that his falling out with organizations was inevitable. When someone as talented as him joined an organization seemingly from nowhere, without the same foundations as the geniuses that they homegrew, maybe his existence itself became contentious. Hallis was shocked awake, feeling his throat being clamped down upon. He tried to gasp, but only managed to suck in half the air he would normally. The sudden change made him feel as though he was suffocating. He looked down in horror, only to find that it was a petite young woman a half head shorter than him who held him up like this. The fact that she was a freshman only made the feelings of humiliation all the worse. Hallis, though, had no choice but to swallow his pride. It only took Aina a single sentence for him to throw away any thoughts of subterfuge. I hope you remember that the orcs are coming after us right now. So, if you don't lead well, I can guarantee that you'll be the first to die. If Aina had used petty tricks to subdue Hallis, he might be willing to pull some tricks anyway to find a means to escape. But cold shivers traveled up his spine every time he remembered that bloody axe. He could only obediently do as he was told. It took Aina only a moment to catch up to the freshmen who were rushing down the tunnels aimlessly. Shaking her head, she shouted a few words about following her. As for those who went down wrong tunnels and would have to backtrack, they were on their own. If they were quick enough, they might still stand a chance. If not, it had nothing to do with Aina. She wasn't 100% certain on Lionel's plan. But what she did know was that as long as half of them survived, it would be fine. She wouldn't go out of her way for such two-faced people. Lionel dashed down the tunnels. Despite seeing all the diverging paths, he didn't seem to hesitate in the slightest between which he chose. At that moment, though, he came to a grinding halt and sighed. "You left this here on purpose, didn't you?" Lionel shook his head. Reaching out a palm, he sent a blaze of fire downward, incinerating Senior Lou's corpse to ash. After forming his mage core, all of Lionel's elements fused with his body. A happy byproduct of this was the fire element Lionel could cast, gaining a very small Scarlet Star Force character. Something like incinerating a fourth-dimensional entity's body to ash like this would have been impossible for him in the past without using his Scarlet Star Force. But now, it was just a casual wave of his palm. If Lionel's mage core progressed enough, and his body became a better vessel for flames, he might even be able to make use of his innate force node far ahead of time. Ichem? Lionel was about to walk away when he suddenly found a ring lying on the ground. By its placement, Lionel deduced that it had likely been hanging around Senior Lou's neck. It shouldn't be surprising that a piece of refined metal survived an incineration, but Lionel had purposely put enough strength into his flame that this shouldn't have been possible. Even a Tier 6 treasure should have been melted completely through, even if it wasn't turned to ash. Lionel bent down and picked up the ring, rolling it between his fingers. Surprisingly, it didn't seem to be a spatial ring. At the very least, Lionel's probes didn't find a hidden space within. However, what his internal sight did find were countless small etchings he couldn't perceive with his eyes nor his touch. The instant Lionel noticed this, he was reminded of his basement. His father had placed such small etchings on the door handle as a small test before he entered. This was only the second time Lionel was seeing such a method, Was it just a coincidence? Or was this ring on the level of what his father would find fascinating? Lionel definitely decided that he should ask the dictionary about this, but now obviously wasn't the time. He didn't think that this Senior Lou would ever have something so interesting on him. At that moment, the very face-off the seniors had wanted to avoid was occurring. Aina stood with an unconscious Hallis in one arm and her axe in the other. To her back, there were over 20 freshmen, and the number was still steadily growing. On the other side, the few seniors who had still not been able to decide what they should do stood. However, the numbers weren't small either. The four watching the cave entrance were just the tip of the iceberg in the mining tunnels themselves. They had numbers approaching 30, and that didn't even include the addition of Jalise, Henorin, and Baltorn, who had seemingly finally woken up. It was during this very face-off that Lionel finally caught up. His appearance, though, only made the seniors' expressions turn even more sour. While for the freshmen, it was the exact opposite. Chapter 687. Lionel's lip twitched when he saw Hallis being treated like a strung-up chicken in Aina's hand. It took all the willpower he could muster not to laugh. It really was too much seeing a grown man being treated like this. However, with how serious the situation was, he still managed to keep his calm. What he was surprised about, though, was the fact that these so-called seniors had actually not left already. The underground network of mines of this world were impossibly vast. From Lionel's understanding, there were even some mine tunnels that could be followed from one end of the world to another. This was considered to be the special quirk of this world that was more than 90% land. The vast majority of mine tunnels, though, had a span of a few tens of kilometers. But this was more than enough for an escape, especially since the Oryx saw in infrared. Infrared couldn't see through polished, shining, and cool surfaces. So, what better place would there be to hide, if not a mine of ores? It could be said that as soon as they made it here, they had a better than 70% probability of surviving until morning and making it to the mountain pass. This was why the actions of the seniors were just that much more selfish. Though it was true that more people would lead more traces and leave a longer trail to be followed, and more people would also make hiding far more difficult should it become necessary. Even with all of that factored in, there was a still better than 60% probability that they would survive to the end of this. Still, this only made the fact that these seniors hadn't left yet all the more surprising. How'd they get caught up here? Seeing the looks on their faces, though, Lionel concluded that they definitely didn't mean for this to happen. They had been caught off guard by the timing and speed of everything. To make matters worse, they were still arguing about which path they should be taking and how best to handle the situation. Some of them thought that hiding was still best. The creatures in these tunnels were no joke and only became worse the further you traveled. Something like trying to find another exit was something they had never tried before and would obviously require traveling quite far into this danger zone. The opposing side was against hiding. As dangerous as these creatures were, could they be more dangerous than the Oryx? Waiting like sitting ducks and hoping they wouldn't be found was ridiculous, especially since it wasn't like the Oryx would just give up in the morning. These tunnels were a disadvantage to the Oryx in the night, but in the morning, it ironically became an advantage to them. It was far better for their hunt to take place in the dim lights of the tunnels as opposed to the bright lights of the sky. Unfortunately, before they could settle their argument, Aina's speed had caught them completely off guard. It should have taken a normal freshman 2 or 3 minutes to get here, even if they went all out. Yet, Aina had gotten here barely a minute after Seath, and that was even including the time she spent killing Senior Lou. Lionel grasped the entire situation with a look. Seeing that a stalemate was suddenly at hand, he saw that another opportunity had fallen right into his lap. His expression darkened. Why haven't you all left? It can't be that you still plan to deal with us? And you call yourselves seniors? Lionel's words placed the freshmen even more on guard. If they planned on using the freshmen as bait to lure the Oryx away, it would be too difficult for them to resist. If not for Lionel and Aina, Even if they outnumbered the seniors, they really didn't stand a chance. Mia and the others frowned. However, they soon sneered, feeling that they had nothing to fear. Even if Aina and Lionel could beat them one-on-one, they outnumbered the two of them, and the other freshmen were nothing but cannon fodder. "If you dare to follow us, don't blame us for being rude," Mia said coldly. Lionel's gaze narrowed. Even those who had sided with hiding knew that it was impossible now. With all these freshmen here, their only chance at survival was to run. But the freshmen seemed to take things the hardest. Even up until this point, their so-called seniors still refused to raise a single helping hand. In fact, they would be fools if they didn't realize that the earlier words they had spoken about letting them into the mine was nothing but garbage. They always meant to let them all die from the very beginning. "I think that's about enough for now," Lionel thought to himself. Aina threw Hallis over to them, not flinching as he tumbled to the floor. A clear line of division was drawn between the freshmen and seniors, the atmosphere not vanishing even after the white belts had disappeared down their own path. Though the seniors had gone, there was no sense of relief amongst the freshmen. The seniors knew everything about the tunnels, but they knew next to nothing. Wouldn't they end up walking around aimlessly until they were found by the Oryx and died? Lionel let the atmosphere stew for a while, keeping a pensive expression on his face. "How did you catch up to us so fast?" The sudden voice made Lionel smile. He couldn't help but grab onto Aina's small hand and squeeze it a bit. "Ow! I just followed the smell of apple." Aina was speechless. "Are you a dog or something?" Lionel grinned, but didn't respond. He had learned long ago that internal sight was just an extension of his senses. Whether it be sight, touch, or hearing, he could do it all. In the past, he refused to do this because he had been traumatized by some terrible smells. The potency of smelling with your nose versus your internal sight were on two completely different levels. But luckily, his anus smelled quite pleasant. Lionel saw the festering atmosphere of the freshmen and finally felt that it was time. It's been about 4.5 minutes since the tunnel collapsed. The Oryx should almost be through. Now is the best time. "All right, everyone, I will lead you out," Lionel said confidently. What no one expected was for Lionel to actually succeed. Just a few hours later, the group found themselves above ground again. But this time, right before them all, there was a mountain pass they had been thinking of even in their dreams. Lionel's gaze flashed with a dangerous light. No one seemed to know how much he had accomplished in just his first mission outing but himself and Aina. He would quite enjoy watching Hero peak and its allies crumble bit by bit. Chapter 688. The freshmen who followed behind Lionel felt as though they were walking into a paradise. After so long without seeing the sky, they realized how much they had taken something so simple for granted. Still, what they were the most shocked about was the fact that they had actually made it out at all. After the seniors left, many of them had been thrown into the pits of despair. Though Lionel had managed to lead them to the mine itself, following underground tunnels was a completely different animal, and there were even many times they thought it was all over. Yet, Lionel had actually succeeded. And, to make matters even more shocking, despite running into several enemies below, the grenades Lionel had given them were just strong enough to kill them, without also bringing the tunnels crumbling down around them. By this point, many looked toward Lionel's back with hints of worship. Even Inkith and Irelana were no exception. "Hey, you lot, what the hell are you doing here?" Lionel inwardly smiled, thinking that yet another group of King of Or's guards are going to get in their way. What the group of freshmen following behind Lionel didn't know was that he had been confident in leading them out because he had seen Sariet's network of mines. Though that map hadn't had the underground tunnels marked on them, Lionel was able to deduce which might be connected based on the ores they produced and their proximity. From the very beginning, Lionel knew he would be able to find a path out even if it took some trial and error. However, for the first time, Lionel was surprised to find that his deduction was wrong. What he found weren't the guards of the King of Or's faction, but rather a group of blue belts who still had their former peak emblems on their person. From Lionel's understanding, They were from Loyal Peak. But, after scanning the situation, he realized that it didn't matter much. The group was now so close to the mountain pass that it was within eyeshot. But compared to the past, when there might have been just a few groups traveling up and down the path, it was now flooded with activity. In truth, the number of people here now was so large that it was surprising that their group was noticed at all. It could only be said that these patrolling seniors were on high alert. Recovering quickly, Lionel explained the situation. We were on a mission when we ran into a pair of Titan hyenas and their oryx partners. We were lucky to escape through the mine tunnels and make it here. As expected, the blue belts didn't seem surprised by the mention of the oryx. Rather, they were surprised that a group of freshmen actually managed to make it so far. This alone made the reason for the hustle and bustle of the mountain pass obvious. It seemed that the news of oryx activity had finally made it back to the organization. The reason the seniors were shocked was because many had already signed off all the freshmen in the area to death after receiving reports of where the oryx had targeted. Never did they imagine that not only would some survive, but that there would actually be so many of them. The blue belt at the helm took a deep breath. Since that's the case, it will likely be necessary for you to answer some questions about your experiences. Lionel nodded. Understood. My name is Garlando. We'll take you all to be processed. We've got some new procedures now, so bear with it, please. Lionel looked back at the group and nodded. Garlando was a bit surprised to find that every single one of these freshmen was looking toward Lionel as though to seek approval. Was his word as a senior not enough? What was going on here exactly? Shaking his head, Garlando didn't have the time to mind this. These freshmen were the first to come back after having contact with the oryx. If not for this, how could he be so polite to a group of black belts? Even as Garlando shrank to his own thoughts, Lionel had also done the same. There's definitely more security issues to deal with in an era of abilities. Their caution makes sense. Who knows if one of the oryx awakened a disguising ability or not? The group was quickly led away, having no idea the kind of commotion their returns would cause. Lionel was separated from the group. In fact, they all were. It wouldn't be much of an interrogation if they were all kept together. Still, Lionel wasn't very worried. He sat silently, a light smile on his face as the dim lights of the interrogation tent flickered. His mind, finally free from having to account for the safety of over 70 individuals, began to work on other matters. As far as he was concerned, they could take their time. Lionel's mind focused on his mage core. If it wasn't for you, I'd probably be dead right now, HM? Lionel shook his head. That close call with death was still fresh in his mind. Sometimes his infallible memory was a good thing. But in regard to things like this, it definitely wasn't. What if the oryx's ability was like little Nana's and not space-based? Would he still have been able to escape? Lionel really didn't want to think about it, but with his speed of thought, he always seemed to circle back to it. This was the first time in a long time Lionel had felt this way. He gained so much strength day by day, improving in hours what it would take others months to accomplish. So the fear of death had been slowly washed away. But this wasn't because he had become braver. It was rather just a confidence in his own strength. This, however, was most definitely a rude awakening. Hours later, the flaps of the tent finally moved as 3 figures walked in. One was an elder Lionel recognized, that old man who oversaw the freshman exam, the one Festus called Elder Tobies. As for the other 2 old men, Lionel didn't recognize them, but they both wore red belts just like Tobies did. The 3 sat down across from Lionel without a word of introduction and got right to it. How did you survive? Chapter 689. Lionel smiled. Luck. Though Lionel had said this lightly, the elders didn't seem to find it very funny. Even Elder Tobies, one of the few Lionel had seen that weren't so uptight, wasn't very moved. But this only made sense. Valiant Heart Mountain was already in a terrible situation even long before the oryx made such a move. Now they felt as though they were being pincered from all sides. For these elders, It must have felt like watching their legacies crumble before them all in real time. How could they be in the mood for jokes? As much as these elders wanted to believe that so many freshmen could survive, they had already prepared themselves to be wiped out completely. But now, instead of being pleasantly surprised, they were just skeptical. And after interrogating all of the freshmen about what happened, it all seemed to revolve around this one young man. Lionel sighed when he saw such a scene. I'm a force crafter who has a high affinity for metal and whose ability happens to be a sensory type. Finding mines and navigating them is probably what I'm best at. Lionel's reply was straight to the point. The elders looked toward one another. This matched up with pretty much everything they knew. The elder who sat to Toby's right scanned Lionel up and down, his eyes blazing with a peculiar light. Your explanation sounds perfect, but I still have some questions. Lionel met this elder's gaze. What happened with your seniors? My seniors? Lionel sneered. If you can even call them that. They were directly responsible for several deaths and separated from us after we entered the mine tunnels. In order to avoid the breakout of another fight, we had no choice but to not follow them as they asked. So your seniors abandoned you in a crisis, yet you were still able to leave before them, despite having to protect more than 70 other freshmen? Does that make sense even to you? Oh, then what do you think happened? It wouldn't be the first time someone took credit for something they had no hand in. The elder replied plainly. It also wouldn't be the first time some with less than optimal motives used outside helped to become more storied and hallowed than they should be. I see. Well, you're entitled to your opinion, I guess. Lionel replied. It would probably be up to you, then, to prove that I colluded with the Oryx to leave safely. If that's all, they'll be leaving now. Lionel stood and stretched his back, feeling a satisfying crack. Did we say you could leave? Nope, you didn't. Lionel waved goodbye and walked out of the tent. That snot-nosed brat. Heinle grit his teeth. All right. Elder Toby's stopped the elder before he could blow his top. We have certain rules we need to follow too, Heinle. Toby's could tell that Lionel lost patience almost as soon as the line of questioning began. The truth was that Heinle had an excellent interrogation ability. But in order to hide this truth, he often asked questions he didn't need to. Somehow, Lionel had seen right through this and knew that the main bulk of the interrogation was complete. This alone proved two things. One, that Lionel's ability was indeed sensory, and two, that it was even powerful enough to see through elders on their level. After that point, Lionel truly didn't have anything left to prove. Though his leaving was a bit rude, wasn't treating him like a traitor when they mostly confirmed that he wasn't also rude? Especially since Lionel had to put his life on the line to gain the results he had? Fine. These brats are getting worse and worse every generation. I can't stand any of them. Heinle snapped. Despite his words, he didn't seem intent on going to make trouble for Lionel. Toby smiled bitterly. We're getting old. It's best that we just let the younger generation take over now. That Raelian brat is too full of himself, and now it's getting contagious. He didn't even care for the opinions of any of us old-timers before he flipped years of foundations on its head. Now, look at the fucking result. At any other time, would there have been so many freshmen out doing missions? If it wasn't for the rule changes, they wouldn't have been in the line of danger at all. Fuck, we should interrogate that Raelian little brat too, and see if he's the one colluding with those foul-smelling bastards. The third elder, who had remained silent until now, chuckled. All right. We should be happy that he cut things short. There's something far more important to turn our attention to. The elders all became serious at once. That's right. Toby's gaze sharpened. Of the more than 30 freshmen who died on their journey here, half of them were actually killed by their fellow seniors. The punishment must be swift and harsh. In these times, if we aren't united, we are finished. The two elders remained silent. Clearly, they were all in agreement. At that moment, the flaps opened to reveal a familiar blue belt youth. Elders, there's movement. The seniors you were looking for just entered the mountain pass. But of the more than 30 of them there were, only about 10 remain. Elder Heinle practically growled out his next words. Arrest them all. Lionel stepped onto the mountain pass to find a sight that left him pleasantly surprised. At first, he had thought that only Aina would be waiting for him after so long. But, to his surprise, all more than 70 of the freshmen were also waiting. The moment the youths laid eyes on Lionel, they sighed a collective breath of relief. Though they didn't say anything, the gratitude in their eyes was clear. Lionel couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he felt such a feeling. He had almost forgotten how good it was. I've begun to commission artwork for DD on my Instagram. Just posted one of the orcs. Check it out at ospec_ on Instagram. Mind the underscore. Chapter 690. Valiant Heart Mountain was on high alert. The sudden attack of the orcs turned out to not just be restricted to their secret deployment into the deep regions of the organization. Not only had they done this, but the orcs tribe simultaneously launched an all-out offensive on the front lines, reaping even the lives of some Blue Belt seniors. The territory between Valiant Heart and the orcs tribe had always been a contentious region, making it one of the most dangerous places to accept a mission, though it likewise had the best rewards. However, it hadn't been this bad in a very long time. According to the experts of Valiant Heart, it seemed that the orcs had sensed their weak and vulnerable position and began to counter. At least that was what they believed. However, Lionel was of a differing opinion. He believed that even if Valiant Heart was in its peak state, this would still happen. The orcs had been gathering up momentum for a long time, and their period of hyper-evolution was finally reaching a tipping point. It could only be said that Valiant Heart had terrible luck. Not long after separating with the freshmen, Lionel and Aina headed toward Valiant Hall to hand in their missions. With his planning, Lionel wouldn't allow such a small speed bump to disrupt his goals. Over the course of the next year or so, he had to be perfect, not giving outsiders any angle of attack. With this meant that even if he was being hunted down by orcs, he still had to complete all the missions he had accepted. Surprisingly, at least in this case, it was easier than it seemed to be. With the frenzied nature of the beasts, clearing them out became easier only because they were also easier to find in such a state. Thanks to this, the couple managed to hit their quotas with ease. There is no surprise that the students working as receptionists for the revamped Valiant Hall were in shock. But, without a choice, they could only hand over the merits Lionel had earned. All that work for just 2,000 merits. Lionel sighed. Though it had taken him a month of work to earn just over 10,000 merits before, whereas this was just a matter of 3 days, one had to consider that Lionel had yet to sell all of the crafts he made during that month. Had he would have been drowning in merits by now. But he had Raelion to thank for the reason he wasn't. Aina smiled and shook her head. Lionel was acting even now, and she found it very amusing. She hadn't known that he could get so engrossed in a role like this. Even after crippling king of Or's faction like he just had, and even having them arrested to be tried and punished, he still had the cheek to complain. He was definitely becoming more and more of an evil villain. "Look at you," Lionel pouted, laughing at my pain. "Where's the moral support? You can find it the same place you picked up this shamelessness." Yep. Little Black Star called out in agreement. Lionel burst into a fit of laughter. He really was in a good mood. He wondered what kind of face Arieth would have when he realized what happened. It took everything in him not to walk around with a grin as wide as the gap between his ears. Since that's out of the way, what say we become white belts? I'm a bit tired of this color, don't you think? It's lacking in fashion. Aina rolled her eyes. She would never understand Lionel's fascination with cool clothing. If it was up to her, she'd wear the same military uniform every day. She didn't like Valiant Heart's uniform very much at all. It left her feeling too exposed. Okay. Still, she agreed. If not for Lionel, she would have promoted long ago. But after seeing the haul he got from his patients, she couldn't be too mad at it. The couple made their way deeper into Valiant Hall. In the past, white belt exams would take place in one's individual peaks. However, with the advent of the new system, it all took place with Valiant Hall as a central hub. Now, the peaks were basically just training centers one had to exchange merits to use. Unsurprisingly, Hero Peak had the most expensive training facilities. But Lionel didn't expect anything different from them. Hello, would like to take the white belt exam. The exams took place on the second floor of Valiant Hall, so it hadn't taken the couple long to reach this place. There were a sparse few black belts hanging around, seemingly waiting for their exams as well. A man with a dead look in his eyes looked upward. All right, he replied blandly. The exam will begin in 10 minutes. Lionel and Aina accepted their plaques and registered themselves. The man with the dead look gave them a weird expression when he noticed that they had been here for less than 2 months. Were they only here to get humiliated? Please note that it is only possible to take the white belt exam once every 6 months. If you fail now, you have no choice but to wait. Lionel and Aina nodded, not taking this advice very seriously. Toward this, the man could only shake his head and go back to staring into space. He had already said more than he usually did in a whole week. Aina. The voice interrupted the couple before they could even find a place to sit. Lionel looked up to find a group of 4 walking before them, 3 of which were men and the last of which was a woman. The woman especially caught Lionel's attention not because she was beautiful, but rather because she had an odd nose-shaped contraption over her own. It didn't take long for Lionel to notice that their belts still held the Hero Peak emblem. By then, it was easy for him to deduce how they might have known Aina. But he really couldn't understand why they were looking at him like he was some sort of zoo animal. He was only holding his girlfriend's hand. Did he do anything worth such a reaction? Chapter 691. What Lionel didn't know was that his action of holding Aina's hand alone was more than enough to be looked at in this way. During her time on Hero Peak, Aina hadn't just been learning a new profession, she spent just as much time training her body as she always did. She completely engrossed herself in improving, which was why she actually didn't notice how much time had passed until she realized she had missed a call from Lionel. In the span of that time, Aina broke no small number of freshman records. Even those Rayline had held had been obliterated. If it wasn't for the fact Hero Peak was such a closed-off community of elites, Aina would have caused an uproar that swept through the entirety of Valiant Heart. That said, an uproar did happen. It was just that this commotion was concentrated between the walls of Hero Peak. The main issue was that Aina seemed to be completely closed off from everyone else, especially men. There were rumors that she had come to Valiant Heart with a boyfriend, but after observing her for a while, many of them had concluded that that was bullshit. Now, though, running into Aina after she had disappeared for more than a week, only to find her holding the hand of a man they didn't even recognize, how could they not be shocked? It seemed that Hero Peak was even more closed off than they knew. Even as freshmen, they actually had no idea about Leo the Cuck. But if one knew anything about the culture of ultra-elite circles, this made sense. In the past, white belt exams had to be taken within one's peak. One can easily guess, then, that different peaks had different standards. Becoming a white belt from Hero Peak was far more difficult. Due to this, an intense competitive environment was brewed. Most freshmen of Hero Peak spent years keeping their head buried in their training before they could burst out with all their potential at once. The freshmen of Hero Peak were much like the elders of Valiant Heart in that way, having no idea about such petty squabbles. Lionel smiled and looked toward Aina. Are these your friends? Aina opened her mouth to respond, but didn't quite know how to. Friends? They were at most acquaintances. The young woman with the odd nose contraption hopped forward and grabbed Aina's arm between her hands and breasts. Aina, why didn't you tell me you have a boyfriend? Are you hiding all the good men to yourself? This is too unfair. Aina was speechless. She couldn't even think of a response before the young lady continued. You wouldn't mind sharing, right? The young lady fluttered her lashes, taking long, sweeping glances at Lionel. You can't keep such a boy toy to yourself. Lionel didn't know whether he should laugh or not. Clearly, these few had misunderstood their relationship. But, in their minds, this was the only thing that made sense. A member of Hero Peak picking someone who hadn't even joined a peak, yet was quite ridiculous. What else could Lionel be if not a boy toy to relieve some stress? Though there's a stigma around it, there were no shortage of women who simply didn't care about the opinions of others, and this was especially so if these women were very strong. Aina happened to have both the uncaring personality and the strength, so this seemed like the logical conclusion. Unfortunately, yes, I mind, Aina said coldly, slipping out of the young lattice embrace and grabbing Lionel's hand to walk away. The group was stunned for a moment before one of the boys burst out into a fit of laughter. Greta, it seems you won't be getting a taste. Greta's expression warped. She hadn't really wanted a taste of Lionel. She cared too much about her reputation. In truth, she only wanted to ingratiate herself with Aina a bit. Who would want a relationship with such a genius? But she hadn't expected it to backfire like this. Whatever. I would much rather focus on my strength than whoring myself out. She ground her teeth in spite. It seems like he's taking the white belt exam too, one of the boys said curiously. Upon hearing this, they froze for a moment. They had never heard of someone taking the white belt exam before even joining a peak. At that moment, a light ding noise sounded. The exam will begin now. All those who have registered, please proceed to room 2. Among the group of 4, the young man who originally called out to Aina remained silent, his eyes never leaving Lionel's back. Edmorn, snap out of it. If we're late, ITLL count as a fail, and we'll have to wait another 6 months. The young man seemed to awaken at these words. Right? Soon, the group had entered the spacious room. Looking around, aside from the 6 of them, there were about 10 others, leaving the total number of participants at just under 20. The room was bland. The floors, walls, and ceiling were all covered by large 1 by 1 meter black-gray tiles. There didn't seem to be anything special about it to a layman. But, to one with sharp senses, it was possible to feel a subtle and unique flow of energy. The exam requirements are more stringent than they have been in the past. A lazy voice suddenly played and completely filled their surroundings. Now, more than ever, what is most important is your strength. In addition, the requirements for passing are no longer summarized into a single line. Rather, you will be graded on a curve. Of the 18 of you here, only 4 will be allowed to pass regardless of your performance. The crowd was stunned. What Lionel and Aina didn't know was that they had happened to stumble into just the 3rd white belt exam that had taken place. These new rules had thus yet to become public knowledge. It seemed that Valiant Heart was doing its best to increase the quality of its students. Now, we will begin the first round. Chapter 692. In the past, in order to become a white belt, one needed to reach a Tier 4 standard. But, judging by the words of the lazy, omnipresent voice, there was no longer such a clear dividing line. If they wanted to become white belts, they would have to place in the top 4 overall by the end of these rounds, or else they would have to wait for another half year. The first round will be a test of reflexes. Begin. The youths looked around in confusion. They had heard of this test of reflexes before. Well, assuming it was still the same considering this generic name. But, from what they knew, this test should have taken place one at a time. Why was it that the voice didn't pick out who should be going? Before any of them could figure out what was going on, the large gray tiles that made up the room pulsed with a dull ray of white light. They didn't have time to understand what this meant before several illusory balls appeared in the air, slowly growing solid. 3, 2. Everyone's pupils constricted at once. A mechanical voice reached 0 in its count, and hell suddenly descended. The now solid balls shot in every which direction. 2 of the freshmen couldn't even react before these solid balls shot through their bodies. Their expressions changed. In that moment, it felt as though a large chunk of their force was suddenly ripped out of their bodies. The good news was that they weren't injured. But the bad news was that their stamina had suddenly been sapped away. Lionel took a casual step forward as a ball whizzed by his head. So this was what they meant by a test of reflexes, huh? Not only did they have to deal with these balls shooting toward them, but they would definitely have to keep an eye out for their fellow student as well. It was definitely not just out of the kindness of their hearts that lazy voice had made it clear that only four would pass. From the very beginning, they were pitted against each other. Lionel raised his foot. A solid ball shot beneath his sole, rebounding off of the ground and crashing toward the wall behind him. The room is a 20 by 20 by 20 meter cube. There are 18 of us in here, and there are 100 moving balls the size of a head. They didn't set a timer, and being hit doesn't seem to eliminate you. So I wonder what the grading criteria is. Lionel sent a gaze toward Aina. The control she had over her body was immaculate. Even though, compared to Lionel, the time she was having was harder, it was still of incomparable ease if she was measured up against everyone else. There were only about 4 others who seemed to be taking this exam in stride. The weird nose contraption wearing Greta, the young man who had called out to Aina, Edmorn, and 2 other young men, one of which had a sword strapped to his back, and the last of which insisted on dodging around with his hands in his pockets. Whether he wanted to look cool, or if this was just his style, Lionel didn't particularly care. Unlike the others, Lionel hardly moved from his spot. The balls could only be obstructed by each other and the wall. Even when they ran through an examinee, they simply turned illusory for a moment while continuing at the same speed. Quite frankly, this exam was too easy for Lionel. With his ability, he could map out the trajectory for all 100 balls over the next several minutes. Then he could directly ignore the ones that wouldn't cross his path and mark out the ones that would. After that, it was a simple matter of knowing how the ball would attack him and dodging accordingly. However, it was then that the walls flashed again. The change was subtle, but Lionel's eyes narrowed. They increased the speed by 1%. My calculations are off. Lionel adjusted his simulations almost instantly. He took a step forward, sidestepped to the right, then went diagonally back to the left. In just a few breaths, he had dodged 5 balls and was back to standing exactly where he had been from the very beginning. It was only a subtle increase to Lionel, but when these balls had already been traveling at over 100 kilometers an hour, a 1% change was steep. A 4th-dimensional existence would only be able to reach such speeds in a 3rd-dimensional world. In a 5th-dimensional world, however, even speed aces would struggle to touch such a level unless they were absolute geniuses. As a result, everyone in this room had to read and react long before the ball reached them, or else they would have no chance whatsoever. This 1% change caused enough of a shift that those that had been doing all right previously suddenly found themselves backed into a corner. The more they got hit, the greater the sap to their stamina was. Beads of sweat fell from their brows, their faces paling. As expected, once again, it was only those 4 aside from Lionel and Aina that seemed to be just fine with these changes. It was clear that Hero Peak was having an elite showing. At that moment, a youth who felt he was on his last legs roared in despair. Shooting forward, he tackled another youth that was nearby, tumbling onto the floor with him. In that instant, the youth and poor guy he tackled were run through by several of the balls, sapping all of their strength completely. The expressions of everyone changed. They had all known in the back of their minds that such a thing would happen eventually, but no one had known who the first person to act would be. Everyone looked around at each other warily, not wanting to be the next victim. But this split consciousness caused some to lose the focus that had kept them in it to this point. It was then that the lazy voice suddenly appeared once again. Round 1 completed. Round 2 commencing. Chapter 693. Lionel's brow raised. It was over? Just like that? There didn't seem to be any rhyme or reason. The balls only increased their speed just once. In addition, Lionel had started paying attention to who was getting hit and who was dodging after a while, but everyone other than the 6 of them seemed to have gotten hit at least 2 or 3 times. That meant, so it's based on elimination. Lionel looked toward the 2 youths too tired to even stand up. Their force had been completely run dry. The young man who had been tackled wanted to vent out his rage and unwillingness, but he couldn't do anything but glare and breathe heavily. Eventually, a flash of light sent both out of the room. As expected, they really were eliminated. This likely meant that these rounds would continue until there were just 4 remaining. If that's the case, depending on this next round, We can just end things early. This next round will test your strength. Begin. The walls flashed, and all the balls suddenly vanished. With another subtle glow, numerous lights coalesced. This time, however, instead of forming balls, they began to form humanoid puppets. Lionel found that his soles were stuck to the tiles beneath his feet. He tried to lift his leg and found that it was an enormous task. Gravity? Magnetism? Lionel couldn't decide what it was. He didn't think it was gravity because though moving his legs was hard, the other parts of his body didn't feel heavy. As for magnetism, he might have been a man of metal, but everyone else seemed to be experiencing the same thing. It couldn't be that they were all metal men and women too, right? How could there be such a coincidence? What a weird phenomenon. Lionel found the balls that could sap energy to be quite fascinating. He could imagine how overpowered such a thing could be if it was an ability. But as broken as that ability seemed, if someone could make you suddenly magnetic to the ground beneath your feet mid-battle without any warning, how devastating would that be? Lionel couldn't help but wonder how these things worked. It made him realize that he should definitely be more eager to use Valiant Heart's training rooms. The puppet before Lionel suddenly threw out a punch. Reacting quickly, Lionel too threw out a punch, obliterating the puppet before him into motes of light. Lionel felt the magnetism at his feet disappear. But before he could be confused, another puppet began to form. This time, he felt as though all the air in his surroundings had vanished, not allowing him to breathe in the slightest. The sudden change caught Lionel off guard, but it still took him just a single punch to eliminate the puppet before him. On the third, he felt like his skin was being seared in a vat of lava. On the fourth, he felt a chill down to his very bone. Is this a strength test or an adaptation test? Lionel was so wowed by the changes that he completely forgot to end the exam early like he had wanted to. How this testing arena managed to cause so many changes in such a fine area was beyond Lionel. It was all the more shocking because Lionel knew how poor this organization's standard of force crafting was. It was impossible for them to create something like this. Second round concluded. Third round commencing. Lionel was caught off guard. Only then did he realize that he had gotten completely lost in his analysis. Maybe he liked force crafting for more than just defeating his father one day. He didn't even realize how ingrained it had become to his very being. 2 more youths who couldn't survive the round were suddenly teleported out. No, it wasn't 2, it was actually 6. Lionel raised his brows. It seemed that they had all fallen at the same stage, so they were taken out together. Some of them were convulsing, obviously still stuck in whatever harsh environment they had been feeling. Just like that, only 10 remained. This round will test your speed. Begin. Lionel's eyes flashed, his body instantly flickering to the side. A sharp silver dagger whizzed by him. Another dodging test. Lionel raised an eyebrow. But he had hardly finished the thought when the dagger suddenly stopped midair, flipped backward, and headed for him again. Lionel rolled out of the way, narrowly dodging the dagger again. But some others weren't lucky. This time, not only did they feel a piercing pain, freezing their nervous system for a moment, but their stamina and force was snatched away once again. The corners the dagger took to stab toward Lionel grew sharper and sharper. Eventually, it reacted so fast that Lionel didn't even have the option to stay in the same place. He swiftly dodged backward, the dagger bearing down on the tip of his nose. Lionel almost became cross-eyed, trying to keep his gaze locked onto it. What a test. They want us to display this level of speed in a 20 by 20 meter room with 9 other competitors amongst us? The worst part is that they didn't even make any effort to separate out allies from one another. So there are most definitely people who will work together. Unless, if this was done on purpose, Lionel could see it having a potentially good effect. Teamwork was good for the sake of building the foundation of an organization. But Lionel felt it would be better to promote this teamwork against their enemies, not their fellow students. The more Lionel thought about it, the more likely he felt it wasn't a coincidence that Hero Peak had sent exactly 4 to participate in this test. And it was most definitely not a coincidence that they had all come together at the very last minute. even later than he and Aina. Lionel sent a gaze over toward Aina. Considering her speed, he wasn't worried about her. What he was worried about, though, was Lionel's eyes narrowed. Even without turning, he could feel that someone had targeted him from the back. Chapter 694. To Lionel's back, a lanky youth ran with all his might. He most definitely hadn't expected for the speed round to start at such a level. If things were like this, what would he do if the speed increased again like it had during the first round? It was already impressive enough for a fourth-dimensional existence like him to be able to walk around and run in a fifth-dimensional world like this one. But now they were most definitely asking for too much. I can't wait 6 months. I can't wait. The more pressure Valiant Heart was under, the more resources and opportunities they brought out for everyone. Lionel and Aina weren't aware of this yet since they had just come back, but even the tournament for entry into the Valiant Heart Zone had moved up. Not only this, but they were allowing far more students in now than they ever had in the past. But the minimum requirement for entry into this tournament was to have a white belt. If he failed this time, there was no way he'd be able to join because by then, the tournament would have already passed. Due to all this mental pressure, the moment this youth saw Lionel's back flying toward him, a mad light radiated from his eyes. He didn't just need to survive. It was fine as long as he just outlasted everyone else. How could he pass up a chance to attack at someone's back? Unfortunately for this young man, Lionel's feet suddenly became wrapped in a beautiful golden sheen, causing his speed to grow explosively. In the blink of an eye, the dagger that had been at the tip of his nose was over a meter away from him. Lionel, as though he had eyes at the back of his head, flipped into the air, soaring over the head of the examinee, aiming for his back. The young man suddenly found himself pincered from both sides. His own dagger was still chasing him from behind, while Lionel's own dagger bore down on him from the front. It was too late to dodge. The youth felt a sharp pain rip through his chest, causing his speed to falter. Just that small split moment allowed his own dagger to slice through his back, leaving him completely paralyzed. The twin spikes of pain left his body trembling. Even after the daggers became illusory and flew out of his body, he had still collapsed to the ground, only to be pierced through again by his own dagger as Lionel's chased after him. That third strike was the final straw, laying him out completely. His vision went dark, his dreams fading along with it. Lionel shot a glance over toward Aina. She seemed to have been targeted as well, but dealt with her pursuer much more straightforwardly. Unfortunately for the poor young man who targeted her, he was probably the only one to take on a true injury since the start of this competition. And just like that, there were 8 remaining. But the round didn't stop. The walls flashed. 1% increase in speed. Lionel slowed down his own speed. After activating his lineage factor, even this 1% increase couldn't make a difference to him. It was also more convenient for future moves if his dagger was closer to him. It would allow this farce to end quicker. He's still here. Greta frowned. When the exam began, Greta and the other 4 had completely focused on themselves. Though they had entered together and planned to pass together, they knew that the entry of Aina had thrown a wrench into their plans. Because of this, the 4 became slightly wary of one another, knowing that one of them would likely have to be sacrificed so that Aina could pass. But, obviously, none of them wanted to take the fall. As a result, an exam that should have been easy left them walking on the tips of their toes, bringing out everything they had to be among the final 4. In such a situation, they didn't even care to pay attention to exactly who had survived as long as they weren't being targeted. It wasn't until yet another fell, leaving just 7 remaining, that Greta realized that Lionel, who she thought would have already fallen long ago, was still here. In fact, he seemed to be having an easy time as well. If this was an exam where it was possible for Aina to help him, she would be more accepting of this. But this was obviously impossible. Even though they took all the tests together, everything had been pretty individual. Without a certain level of strength you could call your own, it would have been impossible to make it to this stage. Greta's frown deepened. Just one Aina was already enough of a headache, making their carefully planned alliance crumble before it could even start. But who the hell was this guy? Greta swept a glance toward her three partners turned ambiguous enemies. At that moment, the young man who always had his hands in his pockets, Arnold, swept a kick toward the seventh participant. Bang! The youth slammed against the large tiled wall. With his head spinning and his body practically pinned by the force, the slight acceleration he received from Arnold didn't help him to escape his dagger for long. Just like that, there were six. Aina and Lionel stood on opposite sides of the room, each focused on escaping their daggers. As though they couldn't sense the subtle change in the atmosphere, they remained stuck in their own worlds, not showing any sign of trying to come together. The four Hero Peak members sent a gaze toward one another. Sparks flew, a silent communication whizzing through the air. In a split moment, they all came to the same conclusion. If they wanted to give themselves a chance, there was only one logical path to take. Arnold, Greta, Edmorn, and the last, Fox, stamped their feet down in unison, sending a resounding boom throughout the room as they shot toward Lionel as one. Their plan was obvious. Take down Lionel first, and as quickly as possible. Then take down Aina. Chapter 695. Lionel's lip curled into a smile. Dream model. Lionel's gaze radiated a blinding light. He had been mapping out simulations of this room for the past 3 rounds. How could he not have accumulated data on the other participants? The truth was that he had no need to use Dream Model on these enemies. Not only were they much weaker than him, they had no single attribute that surpassed him. Whether it was in speed, strength, dexterity, agility, he blew them out of the water. However, in that moment, Lionel halved his physical attributes. Then, still thinking it wasn't enough, he halved them again. He just barely maintained enough speed to stay ahead of his dagger. Enrich was the first to make it to Lionel, his leg raising high into the air and slamming down for a vicious axe kick. Lionel's eyes suddenly dimmed down, becoming cold and calculating. The four felt as though a beast had locked onto them all. Enrich's kick missed Lionel's shoulder by a hair, causing his eyes to widen. He had missed? How? He didn't even see Lionel dodge, and he had already accounted for his trajectory. At that moment, Lionel slipped by Enrich, only to find Greta having morphed into a bird with an almost 2-meter wingspan. The odd-nosed contraption she always wore suddenly became a sharp blade at the end of her beak. With a single flap, her speed increased explosively. Dream Model. Lionel shifted and rebuilt his model for Greta. His subtle action caused Fox's sword to just barely miss him. He slipped through the pincer of 3, only to find the silent Ermund waiting with a fist he put his all into. His strength is beyond these 3, but he still chose to attack me. Seems he's really afraid of my lovely girlfriend. Unfortunately for Ermund, Lionel slipped by his strike just as quickly and with just as much ease. Lionel was like the wind, weaving in and out of their attacks as though he was taking a stroll. Oftentimes, the youths couldn't even see how he dodged, not knowing that he had planned out his steps several moments ago, to slip by their predicted attacks. To them, it didn't look like he dodged, but that was only because he already knew where they would attack and chose not to be there. Lionel's dagger followed him around like a ghost, but couldn't even touch his shadow. At that moment, the walls flashed again. Another 1%. Perfect. Lionel lithely dodged another round of attacks. Why begin to build up my metal body after this? You'll need to make sure I don't lose my flexibility. I feel a bit stiff. Lionel absent-mindedly noted something he should have noticed long ago, seeming not realizing that he had been backed into a corner. With a shocking call, Greta swept down from above, looking to pierce him through the head. The 3 remaining youths shot toward him, a fist, a leg, and a sword, all sweeping toward him with perfect precision, not to mention, there really was no place left to dodge. Lionel's cold eyes regained their light, a smile spreading across his face. It's been fun, I guess. Lionel took a step forward, his body sliding to the side. In a perfectly timed movement, he slipped between Anrid's leg and Ermin's fist. Poochie, round 3 has concluded. End of exam. You couldn't lend me a helping hand? Lionel had a hurt expression on his face. With the handicaps he placed on himself, it took him 3 minutes of dodging to defeat those 4 without attacking. Yet, his Aina hadn't even tried to help. How cruel. You know I'm still in the 3rd dimension. Just one hit from those daggers would have sucked me dry. Then what would you have done? Aina shook her head and ignored Lionel's nonsense. If anything, she should have helped those 4. They probably didn't know how they lost, even near the end. By all rights, Lionel should have been down and out. Even Aina almost made a move in that final moment. The couple made their way to the receptionist of the 2nd floor again to find the same man with a dead look. However, at that moment, the men seemed to be completely focused on the screen before him, looking intently toward something. From their angle, Lionel could just barely see the last moments of his battle, how he slipped through and caused each of the 4 to be attacked by another's dagger. Even Ermin, who managed to dodge, was somehow assaulted by Lionel's dagger near the end, just as the latter slipped by his fist. Just like that, all 4 were eliminated at the same time, causing this round to only have 2 passers. Lionel cleared his throat slightly. The man slowly looked up and gazed deeply at Lionel before throwing a white belt over to the both of them. He didn't seem intent on saying anything else after this, just going back to what he was watching on the screen, as though Lionel and Aina couldn't see him. The couple looked toward one another and could only leave in the end. Lionel suddenly grinned as they left Valiant Hall. Want to go piss off a few seniors? Aina rolled her eyes. I still have to train, you know. All I've been doing is following you around. I haven't even gotten a challenge in the past few days. That's not true. What about the Titan hyena? Lionel rebutted. Not enough. Aina replied straightforwardly. Fine, fine. You go off and leave me all alone again for another few months. Aina's eyes flashed with a hint of guilt. They'll come see you at least once a week. Good. Lionel nodded. Don't cause too much trouble, Aina said sternly. And you can always come to Hero Peak, you know. How can you ask me not to cause trouble, then say that? Aina giggled. Well, Valiant Hall's training facilities aren't any worse than Hero Peak's. Use them. Lionel nodded, seeing Aina off. After watching her disappear into the distance, Lionel turned his gaze toward the distant freshman quarters. It seemed he would have to piss off some seniors on his own. For the next step of his plan, he would need a store. Then, he'd really be able to take advantage of his haul, courtesy of the King of Oars. Chapter 696. Lionel pushed the broken doors aside, walking into the familiar dilapidated bar with a smile on his face. When the white-belted senior saw Lionel, he froze. He had only planned to give a casual look over to see who had come. But what he hadn't expected was for this demon to suddenly appear again. Hey, Lionel grinned, sitting at the bar. Long time no see. The freshman bar was quite full at the moment. Usually, most would be out on missions right now with the new rules that had been implemented. However, with the sudden danger of the Oryx now being common knowledge, few freshmen still dared to venture out. Without a thing to do, and with even the most common of training centers now requiring merit points to operate, the freshmen only really had 3 options: risk their lives, go sleep in their dorms, or hang out here. It was unsurprising, then, that most chose to come here. By now, news of Lionel had spread amongst the freshmen, and though many couldn't pick him out by his looks, there were still a good few that could. As such, it was no surprise, then, that his appearance caught no small amount of attention. The bartender shivered under Lionel's gaze, but did his best to regain his composure. Seeing how innocent Lionel looked now, and comparing him to the monster he had seen before, it was really like night and day. He really had no idea who the true Lionel was. What's your name? Lionel asked politely. I'm called Mernick. Lionel nodded. Mernick, I'm about to do something that will probably cause you a lot of trouble. But, in return, I'm willing to extend you protection should you need it. In addition, if you don't mind, I wouldn't have a problem if you continue to work here. Mernick gulped down hard. his pupils trembling. At that moment, he had a hard time maintaining eye contact with Lionel. What do you want to do? Lionel sighed. He really did feel a bit bad. But he also needed this place. This store, I need it. I'm officially issuing a challenge. Your boss can come here to defend this place, or he'll take it for myself. Marnik really wanted to shed tears at this moment. Why would a white belt come be a bartender at this place filled with freshmen? The answer was obvious. It was him who was tasked with maintaining order and rebuffing these challenges. The owner of this store only casually used it to make some passive income, but it was still a store that had been passed down through several generations of their family. It might be shabby, but enough ants could even kill an elephant. The freshmen didn't spend a lot in this place, but there were so many freshmen and so few places for them to gather that this place made quite a sum, even though it wasn't comparable to the best bars and restaurants Valiant City had to offer. Marnik, thanks to his position, was able to greatly benefit from this. But with these benefits came harsh requirements as well. With his strength, Marnik was actually above average amongst white belts. But when compared to Lionel, he felt like a frog at the bottom of a well, and that was over a month ago. The current Lionel felt even sharper and more powerful despite the fact he wasn't enraged like he had been last time. All right. Marnik didn't even raise his hand to battle. His palm flipped over, revealing a plaque. With a pained look on his face, he erased a force mark and handed it over to Lionel. Lionel raised his brows, grabbing onto the plaque. After a quick sweep of his senses, he realized it was an ownership plaque that seemed to have the unique ability of reading one's force signature. Interesting concept. Lionel nodded and chose to use his star force to leave behind a mark, using the unique pulses of his 3-star constitution that had yet to display its true might. In that moment, a hidden formation beneath the store rumbled. Dong! Dong! A pillar of light shot into the air, forming a beautiful pink-red emblem. The light formed a budding rose with 2 horns crossed in the back. It was quite an elegant emblem, and even seemed somewhat feminine. Or, rather, it would if not for the roaring black bear that took up its background. Lionel raised his brows. So much fanfare for such a small shop? Marnik's lip twitched. Did this person not do any research before he chose to take this action? Were all strong people like this? Acting first, then thinking later? This shop might look run down, but that was a testament to its age, not its quality. The past few owners of this shop just couldn't bother to take care of it. But even then, it took hundreds of years for its state to become like this. This spot was one of the oldest in Valiant City and also happened to have been in the hands of a senior whose family had one of the longest tenures in shop ownership as well. Due to this, the union this shop was under wasn't a small one either. In fact, this union was under the jurisdiction of one of Valiant Heart Mountain's 3 most powerful factions, the Bear Rose faction. In terms of most powerful factions on Valiant Heart, there were 3. One was Raylion's Hero faction, practically taking the entirety of Hero Peak as its stomping grounds. The second was the Severed Heart faction, which was headed by one of the few geniuses outside of Hero Peak that could stand amongst Hephaestus and Raylion. And the third was the Bear Rose faction, formed by the preeminent genius of Honor Peak. It was the existence of Severed Heart and Bear Rose that made many think that Raylion was levying a challenge toward either Honor or Brave Peak when he called for his meeting. But at this moment, Lionel had just done something that hadn't occurred in over a century. He dared to snatch a store under the protection of a union and had kicked a bee's nest. In the skies above, the emblem of the Bear Rose faction crumbled into motes of light, leaving nothing but a pillar of white. Chapter 697. So it's like that. Lionel smiled. No big deal. Lionel turned back toward the freshmen who were sitting in a bit of an awkward situation. They weren't sure if they should all be leaving now or not. After all, this shop was no longer under the ownership of its original owner. No worries, everyone. Drink and chat to your heart's content. Everything is on me tonight. Tomorrow, it'll close this place down for some renovations, and we'll open it back up the day after, so you'll only miss out on a day. After that, it will be business as usual plus some added perks. The freshmen were stunned for a moment before they cheered. Free drinks and food? Which of them wouldn't be excited about such a thing? Plus, this place was actually finally getting some renovations. Who knows how long they had been waiting for such a thing? Their only worry was that prices might go up along with them. "Give me something mild, Marinick. I'm not a big drinker," Lionel said. Lionel had never really understood the fascination with alcohol. Though he had been underage on Earth, considering his track record, there were plenty of ways for him to break the law. The issue was that alcohol wasn't something he found worthwhile to break the law for. It was gross and harsh on the throat. Plus, Lionel could never seem to get drunk in the past, so there wasn't even a reward or buzz at the end waiting for him. By now, Lionel knew that that was likely because of the vomit brew his dad had fed him for years. But he had already missed his window to join the cool kids. At this moment, he was content with sipping on something a middle-aged wine mom would love the taste of. He could almost hear his teammates jeering him in the back. Even Marinick was giving him weird looks. But as far as Lionel was concerned, this was only to pass the time until the inevitable storm came. Marinick diligently cleaned Lionel's glass, spending more time on it than he ever had before. He might have been caught in a struggle between behemoths, but now his only option was to rely on Lionel's protection. Without it, he was finished. So, he could only make Lionel as happy as possible. Valiant City was in an uproar. The sign of a shop falling hadn't been seen in decades, let alone one that carried the Bear Rose emblem. It was safe to say that this news spread quickly. But due to another mind-blowing event happening nearly in conjunction, it didn't grab the attention of the people as sharply as one might expect. Just before the Bear Rose events began, news of the King of Or's faction and their being responsible in the deaths of almost 20 freshmen spread like wildfire. But this news wasn't even nearly as big as the fact that the culprits would be put on trial for their crimes. Of them, the prime culprit, Hallis, a young man with the Earth ability that ended all of these lives freshmen, would be tried for expulsion and even the death penalty. The news was shocking enough to rock Valiant Heart to its core. Punishment on this level had not been levied in a very long while, and showed everyone just how serious Valiant Heart was about maintaining unity. Almost immediately, the whispers began to grow more fervent. There was such swift and exact punishment for this. But what about those 7 youths who died at the hands of that unnamed man? What about those 3 seniors before them? It was clear that someone was still trying to control the overarching narrative, bending it so that the focus of the people would change. But unfortunately for these individuals, there was a difference this time. Almost just as swiftly as these whispers began to be spread, it was snuffed out by the heartwarming story of a freshman leading his fellow freshmen to safety even under the oppression of his seniors. In the blink of an eye, the half-constructed narrative crumbled while Lionel continued to sip at his fruity drink. Bang, bang, bang. Explain this shit to me. Where are the tunnels? Where are the oars? Why can't I see shit down here anymore? Nigmir roared, venting his rage on the new crew that had come to rotate in place of Mia, Hallis, and the others. However, before they could even get to work on their shift, they almost immediately sent word back to the faction that there was something wrong. The instant Nigmir got the report, he felt a sinking feeling in his gut. This network of mines was among their most important. No, it was the most important. If there was one thing the Valiant Heart world had, it was an endless supply of ores, especially ores within the 4th dimension. However, among these, there were definitely differences in strength and weaknesses among them. This ore network, on top of being relatively close to the mountain pass, and thus much easier to defend compared to others, it carried 2 of these precious ores. The first was twice refined diamond. This ore was known for its hardness, just like normal diamond. But its chemical structure was several times more robust to the point where only someone with strength nearing the 5th dimension could use it in metalwork. Mining this ore was important for 2 reasons. First, to keep it out of the hands of the Oryx who loved to use this heavy and hard, or in their armors. And second to sell to large metalworking merchants and organizations for a hefty profit. The second ore was twice refined steel. If twice refined diamond made the perfect armor for those on the stronger side of spectrum, twice refined steel was perfect for the formation of heavy weapons. However, it was also good for forming the foundation of exceptionally heavy machinery and fortifications. Both of these ores were favorites of the oryx and important to keep away from them, but they were simultaneously among the most lucrative. How lucky had they been to find a network of tunnels that connected both such resources? Yet now it was all over. It was all gone. The tunnels that they could reach had all been cleaned out to the point where the walls didn't even shine anymore, leaving the underground space completely dark. And, to make matters worse, the other paths were completely blocked by collapsed tunnels. Without several months of work, maybe even years, it would be impossible to clear them all. This mine had suddenly become useless to them, slashing down the king of Or's faction earning potential by more than half. Who else could they blame, if not the oryx? Even if they wanted to suspect Lionel, he was allowed to keep all the profit he made to himself as a black-belted freshman. But would they even have the mind to suspect him? That was all fine, though. He planned to make it quite obvious very soon. You're tuning into the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.